Chapter 20. There were two puppies in front of Zheng Tan. One of them was nestled next to Huang, while the other just ran over and barked twice. Then it began to bite Huang's ear, but it didn't seem to be using much force. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so leisurely. Looking at the three of them, it was obvious that they had known each other for more than a day. Zheng Tan thought about it. The arrival of these two unfamiliar puppies should have happened during the 2 days he was away. Zheng Tan jumped onto a tree next to him and lay down. The owner of these two puppies should be nearby. He was going to find out who in the East family compound was raising them. Half an hour later, a few old men walked over slowly. Two of them were holding dog leashes in their hands. Listening to their conversation, Zheng Tan finally figured out why these two puppies appeared. One of the two old men was surnamed Li, and the other was surnamed Yen. The former was also a retired professor from the Academy of Biological Sciences. He studied plants and often wandered around Old Man Lan's small garden, so Zheng Tan was quite familiar with him. Old Man Li lived on the first floor of the building where Huang and the others lived. Sometimes, Huang couldn't enter the building, so he went directly to his house. As for the one surnamed Yen, Zheng Tan had seen him a few times in the East family compound, but he wasn't familiar with him. He wasn't from the Academy of Biological Sciences. In the past few days, there had been a few burglaries in the East family compound. The two old men had the idea of raising a dog. Old Man Li's building didn't have any burglaries, but after all, they lived on the first floor. The old man was a little worried, so he called his son, who lived on the other side of the city, and asked him to get a large dog. He didn't have any other requirements, as long as it was big enough. It had to be majestic. He didn't want it to be small like a chihuahua. It didn't look reliable. Old Man Li's son received his father's call and thought hard for a whole night. He contacted some friends to give him ideas. Large dogs were strictly regulated in Chuhua now. It was more troublesome to register them, but since the old man had asked, he had to get one. He was worried about keeping a large fierce dog at his parents' house. It would be very dangerous. Besides, the family members of the staff would be there. It would be bad if anyone got bitten. After thinking about it, he finally decided to buy a Saint Bernard from a friend. It was big enough and had a relatively gentle temperament. It didn't bark much, but it was a little troublesome because it liked to drool. Old Man Li did not know much about animals. Anyway, it was fine as long as he was sure that it was a big dog. After seeing it, he decided on the spot. This dog is not bad. Let's call it Xiaofan. Zheng Tan imagined the figure of an adult Saint Bernard with an awkward face, and then thought of the name Little Blossom. What af *King Trap? As for Old Man Yen, someone's house in the building he lived in had been burglarized. Old Man Yen lived on the second floor, so nothing was stolen. However, he was still worried, so he called his daughter, who was abroad, to seek her advice. Old Man Yan's standards were different from Old Man Li's. He told his daughter, "It doesn't matter how big a dog is, as long as it bites." Of course, this bites did not mean that it would bite the people in the courtyard. Instead, it meant that if there was a burglar in the house or some dangerous people on the road, it would have the ability to protect its owner from theft. It was not like some dogs that looked majestic, but did not even bark when a burglar entered the house. In the end, Old Man Yan's daughter asked her friend to get her a bulldog, which was the one that Zheng Tan saw. It was a little deformed. Its fur was white except for a black circle around one eye, as if it had been punched. Its small triangular eyes and its face made Zheng Tan feel that it was a little cheap. Old Man Yen named the little bulldog Zhuang Zhuang. He heard that bulldogs were fierce to other animals, so Old Man Yen deliberately let the little guy familiarize himself with the surrounding animals when it was young. Even if it became fierce in the future, it would not be fierce to the internal members of the courtyard. Zheng Tan looked at the bulldog. It seemed to like biting cat ears like the noisy parrot, and it was a little too active. It kept tossing and turning. Zheng Tan guessed that it would not be a well-behaved animal in the future. In contrast, although it was still a puppy, it was much bigger than Huang and Zhuang Zhuang. It was much quieter. After a few whimpers, it fell asleep while being licked by dumbass Huang. The three of them were getting along well now, but he did not know how the two puppies would be when they grew up. In any case, Zheng Tan felt that the peace of the East family courtyard was going to be gone forever. At noon, Zheng Tan went back to the Jiao family to eat something. Xian brought back a meal. When Zheng Tan ate it, it was a little cold, so he had to make do. After dinner, Xian lay on the sofa to catch up on sleep. When she woke up, she had to continue writing her thesis. Zhang Tan was bored in the afternoon, so he went out again. Under the afternoon sun, Zhang Tan was a little sleepy. He looked around and did not see any other animals, so he went to the artificial lake. At this time of the day, there were not many people around the artificial lake. After finding a good place, Zhang Tan jumped on a willow tree and closed his eyes to take a nap. Since he became a cat, Zhang Tan had developed a habit of lying on high places. Strangely, he was not afraid of high places, nor was he afraid of falling down halfway. He had been sleeping peacefully in the tree. After sleeping for a while, Zhang Tan's ears moved. He heard someone approaching. He opened his eyes and looked through the gaps between the leaves. A young woman came over with a book in her arms, sat down on a wooden chair not far from Zhang Tan, and started reading. Zhang Tan felt that the woman was familiar. He thought for a while and remembered that she was the heroine of the 8 o'clock episode that the parrot was watching some time ago. Zhang Tan curiously looked sideways at her belly. Maybe the clothes she was wearing were loose, so he could not tell that she was 3 months pregnant. Zhang Tan did not continue to watch the show that day, so he did not know much about the woman's situation. But looking at the situation now, was she going to give birth? Zhang Tan pulled his ears and did not think much about it. Anyway, it had nothing to do with him. That kind of 8 o'clock episode happened in China every day, and Zhang Tan had seen a lot of it. He turned over and was ready to go back to sleep. Unexpectedly, not long after, Zhang Tan heard someone approaching again. Judging from the footsteps, it did not seem to be a man. Opening her eyes slightly, Zhang Tan saw an old woman in her 50s. She had a serious expression on her face and was comparable to Old Man Lon. However, this old woman had a hint of fierceness to her. Her aura was very strong, and she seemed a little harsh. She made people feel intimidated, as if she was a person in a high position giving orders. When the old woman came over, she deliberately looked around. After making sure that there was no one else, she went straight to the person sitting on the bench. Little Joie. The old woman's face became a lot kinder, and her voice was also very soft. Zhang Tan felt that she probably did not want others to hear their conversation. Could it be that there was something shameful? Zhang Tan perked up his ears. Teacher Yi. It's okay. Sit down, don't get up. The old woman also sat on the wooden bench, but the two of them did not talk much. Inexplicably, Zhang Tan felt that the atmosphere was a little heavy. After waiting for 2 minutes, the old woman sighed and said, You've really decided? Yes, I've decided. That's Project A. When the old woman said the 3 words, Project A, her voice was very low. Zhang Tan could barely hear it because of his good hearing. If it were anyone else, they would not be able to hear their conversation. Teacher Yi, I've really decided. The two of them chatted for a while. Zhang Tan originally wanted to find out what this so-called Project A was, but the two of them did not mention this word at all. The things they talked about were too specialized, and Zhang Tan did not understand them. It was all about physics and it made him dizzy. The hanging willow branches just happened to block Zhang Tan's view. The old woman probably only paid attention to whether there were people around, and did not pay attention to whether there were other animals around. That was why she did not notice Zhang Tan until she left. When the last class in the teaching area was over, the person called Little Joie on the wooden bench got up and left. Looking at the sky, Zhang Tan also returned to the family area. For the whole night, he thought about this so-called Project A. He felt that it was very mysterious. The next day, Zhang Tan followed Celestine for a run, walked around, and went home to eat. Zhang Tan wandered to the artificial lake again. Sure enough, he saw the person called Little Joie, sitting at the same place as yesterday. He was reading a book with a pen in his hand, writing something in a book. Zhang Tan thought for a moment, then walked over and jumped onto the wooden bench. Little Joie sensed movement and turned his head to see a black cat staring at him with round eyes. He smiled and continued what he was doing. Seeing that she did not stop him, Zhang Tan leaned forward to take a closer look at what was written in the book in her hand. It was a very profound formula, and there were many symbols that Zhang Tan had never seen before. In short, Zhang Tan did not understand at all. As for the book under the book, it was all in English. There were a lot of professional words and phrases. Zhang Tan thought that he could speak a little English, But he was completely at a loss when faced with this. How frustrating! Zhang Tan could not understand it, but he did not leave immediately. He was really curious about this so-called Project A. He thought that he should have a chance to understand it while he waited here, right? Therefore, Zhang Tan lay on the wooden bench for the whole afternoon. The old woman came by halfway. When she saw Zhang Tan, she flipped through the pet tag hanging on Zhang Tan's neck and did not say anything else. For the next few days, Zhang Tan ran in the morning and slept on the bench by the artificial lake in the afternoon. The old woman came by every day to check on him. She only stayed for a few minutes and left after saying a few words. Sometimes, she would not disturb little Joie when he was calculating. She would just stand there for a while before leaving. This day, early in the morning, Zhang Tan did not walk outside after finishing his run. He went straight back to the Jiao family. He did not do anything for the rest of the day. He just squatted on the sofa and waited. Because today was Wednesday, a week had passed. The Jiao family came back today. Xin had an experiment in the hospital today, so she would not be back at noon. Zhang Tan ate snacks to solve his lunch. Looking at the clock on the wall, Zhang Tan felt that time was passing so slowly. It was not until 3 p.m. that Zhang Tan heard the Jiao Yuan downstairs. He rushed down from the sofa and ran to the balcony to look downstairs. The Jiao Ma, Gu Yuzi, and the Jiao Yuan were each holding a bag. When they saw Zhang Tan peeking out from the balcony railing, the three of them laughed. After they entered the building, Zhang Tan opened the door and waited for them. The three of them looked a little tired and sad when they got home. However, the two children still looked relaxed when they got home. After taking a shower, the Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi went back to their rooms to catch up on sleep. Children got tired easily. They did not sleep well at home for the past few days. They were not used to being outside. The Jiao Ma was rolling the dumpling wrappers. She would wake the two children up after dinner. Zhang Tan was lying on the sofa and watching TV. He was in a good mood. Project A, Wuxia, and Niu Zhuangzhuang were all temporarily forgotten. The Jiao family was back, which meant that he did not have to eat half-cold cafeteria food or eat tiresome snacks for lunch and dinner. Everything was good again. The Jiao Pa came back around 5 p.m. After he got back to school, he went to the hospital to do something. Xin needed the equipment from the Physics Institute for her experiment. As a supervisor, he had to show up to borrow the expensive equipment. Therefore, he went to the Physics Institute. The Jiao Pa came back with a puzzled look on his face. When he saw Zhang Tan on the sofa, he asked, "Black charcoal, did you do something again?" The Jiao Ma, who was tasting the soup with a spoon, was unhappy when she heard this. Black charcoal is so obedient and sensible. What could he have done to make you like this? Scientific researchers should speak with facts. Don't be so suspicious. I just went to the Physics Institute to borrow the equipment and bumped into Lord Zheng again. Lord Zheng actually smiled at me. The Jiao Pa said with a puzzled look. Sneer? The Jiao Ma asked. She could not be blamed for thinking this way. Every time the Jiao Pa went to the Physics Institute to borrow the equipment and bumped into Lord Zheng would frown at him as if he owed him 1,000,000 yuan. No, it was a normal smile. A normal smile on Lord Zheng's face was very abnormal. The Jiao Ma's heart skipped a beat. She walked out of the kitchen with a spoon and looked at Zhang Tan, who was lying on the sofa innocently. Black charcoal, what did you do again? Chapter 21. Zhang Tan was puzzled. He didn't even know who Lord Zheng was. He thought that the Jiao Pa would talk about his leaving home, but now he didn't mention leaving home. Instead he said, Lord Zheng. What's going on? Well, forget it. It doesn't look like it knows. The Jiao Ma returned to the kitchen to continue cooking dinner. She didn't think that a cat could change the attitude of the famous Lord Zheng in Chuhua. The Jiao Pa sat down on the sofa and described the general situation of Lord Zheng to Zhang Tan. As soon as the Jiao Pa said that the woman in her 50s had a serious face, Zhang Tan thought of the old woman who went to the artificial lake. It should be that woman. The original name of Lord Zheng was Yi He, the dean of the School of Physics, which overlapped with the name of the Empress Dowager Yehenra of the Qing dynasty. In addition, she was more serious and had a strong aura. Everyone in the School of Physics was in awe of her. Moreover, Dean Ye's husband was now the president of Chuhua University. Zhang Tan thought about Dean Ye's appearance and style of doing things, and it was really quite vivid. The Jiaopa didn't ask about Zheng Tan's leaving home, and he didn't ask further about Lord Zheng. Anyway, Lord Zheng didn't seem to be a bad thing. At dinner time, the two children woke up and were in a better mood. The first thing the Jiao Yuan did when he woke up was to check the baby in the refrigerator. Oh, was it *T? The Jiao Yuan's cry was heard by the Jiao Ma, who came out with a plate of food. After putting down the food, she twisted the Jiao Yuan's ear. Swear again. I'll deduct 1 yuan from your pocket money. Hey, don't. I can't help it. It's pardonable. The Jiao Yuan rubbed the twisted ear and said. No matter how much Jiao Yuan tried to explain, his pocket money was still deducted. Zheng Tan saw Jiao Yuan gnashing his teeth as he ate. He guessed that Jiao Yuan would settle the score with the three of them at school tomorrow. After 7 days of desolation, the Jiaos were once again bustling with activity and people were back. After dinner, the two children watched TV for a while and then went to their respective rooms to review their homework. They hadn't gone to school for a week, so they had to catch up on some homework. This didn't require Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma to remind them. They were very self-aware. Jiao Ma cleaned up the dishes and went out to look for her colleagues. Jiao Ma was working as an English teacher in a junior high school near Chuhua. While she was away, she found someone to help her with her classes. When she came back, she wanted to thank them. They were all from the same family compound. They were close to each other and had a good relationship. She bought some fruits and brought them over. As for Jiao Pa, he was sitting in front of his desk, reading an anthology. Zheng Tan walked over and looked at the cover of the book. It was Mr. Zhou's anthology. This meant that Jiao Pa was not in a good mood. People always felt dissatisfaction, depression, and other negative emotions. However, there were different ways to vent them. Some people liked to swear, some liked to drink, and some liked to fight or do some strenuous exercise. However, Zheng Tan had never heard of Jiao Pa swearing or doing strenuous exercise to vent. Because he had children at home, he rarely smoked or drank. He only drank when some of his close friends came over. Unlike other people, Jiao Pa would read Mr. Zhou's anthology whenever he was in a bad mood and couldn't find a solution. Zheng Tan remembered that the most recent time, which was in August, was when Jiao Pa was waiting for the National Natural Science Foundation to release the results. At that time, Zheng Tan had seen Jiao Pa holding Mr. Zhou's anthology and reading the true story of AQ. Fortunately, when the National Natural Science Foundation released the results a few days later, Jiao Pa's name was on the list. As for today, Zheng Tan jumped on his desk and took a look. Jiao Pa was reading Mother Fastress Curse today. After all, times were moving forward, and they couldn't go back to the Mother Curse era. After much consideration, coupled with the deep cultural heritage and long history, they finally found a word that was more elegant than F*ck, more civilized than F*ck, and more enjoyable than F*ck. F*ck. Mother Curse was said out loud. Reading this paragraph, Zheng Tan glanced at Father Jiao, who was reading a book seriously and tugged at his ear. Okay, everyone had different ways of venting their frustrations. Lu Zhou didn't understand Jiao Pa's way of thinking. Zheng Tan jumped off his desk and went to the balcony to get some fresh air. The night air was cool and there was a faint floral scent. Before Zheng Tan could take a deep breath, he heard a unique singing voice coming from the 4th floor. I planted a melon under the wall. I water it, every day, it sprouted, it bloomed, a big watermelon, I can't hold it, Zheng Tan. Hold your grandma's paw. The parrot was watering the melon with a small watering can in its mouth. When it was eating watermelon in the summer, it spat out some watermelon seeds in the flower pot on the balcony. It accidentally found a melon sprout, and it was so happy that it sang, "Plant a melon," every time it watered the melon. Strangely, the melon sprout survived. Sometimes, the parrot and its owner would go on business trips for a few weeks. No one watered the melon, and it was completely up to fate. If it rained, the melon sprout would not be watered. As for fertilizing, there was a lot of bird droppings, so there was no need to worry. Zheng Tan looked over there. The melon sprout had grown a lot, but he did not know how long the poor melon sprout would last. Before the parrot noticed him, Zheng Tan slipped back to the living room, rolled on the sofa, and closed his eyes to sleep. Tomorrow, he still had to get up early to run. Recently, He was not as tired as before after running around the school. According to Celestine, he had to increase the intensity of his training in a few days, and he also had to train to climb trees. There was still a long way to go. A good night's sleep. The next day, Zhang Tan looked at the bowl of Sanxian noodles in front of him and wanted to cry. Sure enough, it was good to have someone at home. He did not need to eat in the cafeteria. Zhang Tan finished his noodles and walked slowly to the lawn, where Celestine was warming up and waiting. You are 15 minutes later than yesterday. Zhang Tan did not pay attention to him. He rested for a while to digest the food. He wandered around the lawn, and then began his daily run around the school. Recently, the running had made Zhang Tan's feet a lot rougher. In the first few days, it hurt a lot, but it got better later. Today's run around the school was different from usual. He had switched to a more remote route, and he had to climb up the hill and take the stairs. The distance was longer and more tiring. After the run, Zhang Tan's limbs were almost rubbing against the ground, and he was exhausted. He walked slowly to the East Family District. Celestine followed beside him. At this time, if there was no one guarding him, a small chihuahua could kill Zhang Tan. When he was about to reach the East Family District, Zhang Tan looked at the small forest. Huang was rolling in the grass, and the sheriff was staring at the turtle dove on the branch. As for Depang, Zhang Tan looked around. The guy was still sleeping by the pile of rocks. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was a cat squatting there. It was curled up like a peanut and sleeping in the grass. Zhang Tan was about to walk over when Depang's ears, which were pressed down because of its sleeping posture, suddenly stood up. Its eyelids were no longer drooping, and it looked in the direction of the road. It did not look like it had just woken up. Ever since Depang had become more horizontal, its face had become chubbier, and its head looked bigger. When its fur was fluffy, it looked smaller. However, this guy's hearing was still very good. Just as Zhang Tan was puzzled, Depang ran over. At the same time, a familiar car with a military license plate slowly drove to the side of the road and stopped next to Zhang Tan. The closed car window was slowly lowered. Before the glass window was lowered halfway, Depang, who was running over, jumped into the car through the small gap in the window. If he did not see it with his own eyes, Zhang Tan would not have thought that this fat guy could jump so lightly. It was also calculated so accurately that it could jump in through the small gap in the window. But, Depang, can't you wait for the window to be completely lowered before jumping? It's very dangerous. This guy is a masochist, eager to be abused. When I go back later, I will probably see it squatting on instant noodles again. Zhang Tan was imagining Depang squatting pitifully on instant noodles when Celestine, who was next to him, gave a standard military salute until the car drove away. Zhang Tan looked at Celestine in confusion, and then looked at the car that was driving away. He did not understand. He used to be an old leader. He was later promoted and is now a big shot. Sensing Zhang Tan's confusion, Celestine said. No wonder when he saw the fat cat for the first time, he thought it was weird. He did not expect it to be taught by this person. The cat's behavior was understandable. It seemed that the fat cat was very well hidden. Zhang Tan was still in shock. He did not expect Depang's relative to be a big shot. Celestine threw the mineral water bottle in his hand into the trash can. Although he had retired from the military, his salute was completely reflexive. Can you jump that accurately? Celestine asked. Zhang Tan knew that he was asking about Depang's accurate jump. He pulled his ear. It seemed that if he jumped by himself, the probability was not high. If the car window was completely open, he would definitely be able to jump in easily. But according to the width of the window, it would be difficult. He might hit his head, or his hands and feet might get stuck. Logically speaking, Zhang Tan was not as fat as Depang, so it should be easier. But Zhang Tan was not confident at all. So you are still far from being as good as that fat guy, Celestine concluded. What he saw just now was only the tip of the iceberg. He believed that the fat cat's ability was definitely stronger. Although he had not seen it move much after coming to Tsinghua University, its keen perception, vigilance and calculation ability, plus its jumping ability that was not inferior to other cats, all showed that this cat was different. The revolution has not succeeded yet. Comrade, you still need to work hard. After saying that, Celestine ran away. He did not continue to run around the school like he did a few days ago. Instead, he ran out of the school. He wanted to find a friend to catch up with and tell him about what he saw today. Zheng Tan now felt better. He climbed a tree in the grass and waited for noon to go home for lunch. At the same time, the Jiao Pa went home to copy a document. He happened to see the scene where Celestine saluted to the car just now. He heard from Exin that his cat followed a person to exercise in the morning. Grandma Zhai also told him about it. He was thinking about how to investigate Celestine. He did not expect to see this scene. It was good that they knew each other. After going home to copy the document, the Jiao Pa went to Depang's house on the first floor and came out 10 minutes later. Chapter 22. When he did the same thing every day, he felt like time flew by. Zheng Tan ran every morning, climbed stairs, climbed trees, and practiced jumping. The calendar on the Jiao family wall was flipped to November. When Zheng Tan saw the calendar on the wall, he realized that it had been a long time. It had been 5 months since he came here. Zheng Tan bent his palms, and sharp claws appeared between his fingers. These claws looked similar to those of other cats, but Zheng Tan knew that his claws were gradually changing. At least, they were different from 2 months ago. He didn't deliberately sharpen his claws, nor did he cut them. When his claws grew a little, they would be ground off during training. Then they would grow and be sharpened again. Cat claws were indeed magical things. They were sharp, tough, and flexible. Some people said that a cat's claws were like a multi-purpose Swiss Army knife. Zheng Tan, who had been training, wanted to make his military saber sharper and tougher. Zheng Tan knew that he was different from other cats. He heard from the Jiao Pa that cats weren't sensitive to sweet things, but Zheng Tan could clearly feel that he could eat things that other cats couldn't, and he felt good after eating them. For example, people had been debating whether cats were colorblind. Zheng Tan didn't know what other cats were like, but at least he could distinguish different colors. Then there were his claws. Even if other cats went through continuous training, their strength wouldn't increase rapidly like Zheng Tan's, and their claws wouldn't have any qualitative changes. However, other than that, Zheng Tan didn't have any other changes. Even if his strength was close to that of an adult, he didn't have the tendency to become a human. Even if he was trained to climb trees and jump in the forest like a monkey, he wouldn't become a monkey. Would he have to live like this forever? As Zheng Tan ran, he pondered over his little schemes. Now that his running speed had increased, he could think while running, and he didn't feel tired or out of breath. At most, he would feel a little tired, and he would be fine after a short rest. After running 2 laps, they came to a forest on the edge of the school. The area of the forest here was larger than that of the East family compound. Because it was a little farther from the teaching area, there were fewer people. Not far from the woods, the school demolished a red-bricked building that had a long history and was preparing to build a new dormitory area. With the expansion policy, there were more and more students, and the existing dormitory building was no longer enough. Therefore, in this area, other than some construction workers and construction vehicles, no one else would pass through the side school gate. The road was full of dust, stones, and soil. Students and staff who lived outside the school and drove private cars would not be willing to pass through here. Therefore, Zheng Tan would come here to practice climbing after he finished his run. The forest was quiet, and even if he did something strange, he wouldn't be discovered. Celestine had been helping his senior recently. That case was still ongoing, so Zheng Tan spent most of his time running and climbing trees by himself. As for the cats in the main courtyard, after the first day, Zheng Tan gave up the idea of asking them to train together. After resting for a while after running, Zheng Tan began his daily tree climbing training. Another advantage of training here was that the trees in this forest were generally thicker, which was good for climbing. Zheng Tan nimbly jumped onto a big locust tree, scratched the trunk, and moved his claws. Then, he chose a thick branch that could bear his weight. His body tilted, and he slid from the branch to the back. His front and back paws clung to the trunk so that he wouldn't fall. Taking a deep breath, he loosened his hind legs and used his front paws to hold the trunk. His claws were firmly nailed to the trunk, and then he moved little by little to the top of the tree. When he was about to reach the top, he swung his body and flipped back to the front of the branch. Looking around, Zheng Tan chose a branch that was at an acceptable distance and thickness. He prepared to jump, jumped onto the branch, and then began to repeat. When he first heard Celestine talk about this training method, Zheng Tan was confused. He was now a cat, not a monkey. Why did he have to train like this? Celestine saw the confusion in Zheng Tan's eyes at that time, but he didn't explain directly. Instead, he asked, "Do you think you can't do it? Or do you think no cat can do it? I can tell you for sure that I've seen a cat. When it ran in the forest, it could be more agile than a monkey. It ran in the trees, from branch to branch, from tree to tree. Ever since it learned how to climb trees, it spent most of its time in the trees. Sometimes, a tree is a life-saving straw for a cat." Just like that, Zhang Tan began his tree climbing training like a monkey. Maybe when the time came, he would be able to grab a branch with one paw and shuttle through the forest like a monkey. After climbing 5 branches in a row, Zhang Tan jumped onto an old goosefoot tree. The reason why he had noticed this tree was mainly because its leaves were a little special. At that time, when Zhang Tan was resting on the branch, a leaf fell in front of him. It looked like a mandarin jacket. Celestine said that this tree was called goosefoot, also known as mandarin jacket wood. It was a national second-class rare and endangered species. In the big cities, except for botanical gardens, it was rare to see such a big goosefoot. It seemed that Tsinghua University had a long history. The goosefoot's flowers looked a little like tulips, and its English name translated to Chinese tulips. Unfortunately, goosefoot's flowering period was May and June. Zhang Tan wouldn't be able to see it this year. Next year, he would ask his Jiao family to come and see it together. Zhang Tan felt the wind, listened to the rustling sound of leaves falling around him, and looked around. Now, the leaves of many trees had turned yellow. If the temperature dropped, it would rain, or if there was a strong wind, the fallen leaves and trees in the school would start to become bald faster. Winter was coming in Tsinghua City. After climbing the tree, Zhang Tan saw that it was still early. The 3rd period of the school had just ended. After the 4th period, Zhang Tan went back to the Jiao family for lunch. He didn't want to go back early and wait for lunch. As usual, if he had extra time after training, he would go to the artificial lake for a walk. Animals that looked docile and obedient could easily make people let down their guard. That was why many domesticated animals became people's confidants. Sometimes, Xiao Zhua would talk to Zhang Tan, but she didn't mention projecte at all. She would only talk about things that didn't have much meaning, such as, "You're here again today. Are you hungry?" etc. Sometimes, Xiao Zhua would also talk about things related to her profession like the Jiao Pa and the others. Another time, Xiao Zhua suddenly got excited when she saw something related to her field. She tore a small corner of a blank piece of paper from her notebook and tore it even more. He closed the notebook and placed the shredded paper on top of it. Then, he took out a rubber pen from the pencil case and rubbed it against Zhang Tan's body a few times. Then, he approached the shredded paper and sucked it up. Xiao Zhua smiled at Zhang Tan while holding the pen that had absorbed the scraps of paper. "Look, this is called electricity from friction. So, what is the reason for this? Let me tell you, all matter is made up of atoms, and the nucleus of an atom is made up of positively charged protons and neutrons that are not charged." When Zhang Tan heard the words, "Look, this is called electricity due to friction," he almost vomited blood. When he heard the words, "Let me tell you," his desire to vomit blood became even stronger. You can meet people like this everywhere. After lying on the bench by the artificial lake until the end of the 4th period, Zhang Tan went to the affiliated primary school to pick up the Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi. However, after class, Zhang Tan did not see the 2 little figures. When Lan Tianzhu and the others came out, they saw the black cat squatting on the wall. She said, "Black charcoal, Jiao Yuan has already left. He was picked up by Auntie Ling after the 1st period." The Auntie Ling that Lan Tianzhu mentioned was Huang's owner. She was also a teacher in the same junior high school as the Jiao Ma. Not long after Lan Tianzhu said that, another little girl in the same class as Gu Yuzi said the same thing. After the 1st period, Auntie Ling picked up Gu Yuzi. Zhang Tan felt that something was wrong, very wrong. Something must have happened. Otherwise, the 2 children would not have been picked up before school ended. Zhang Tan ran back to the main house uneasily. After swiping the access card, he rushed up to the 5th floor. He shouted at the door for a long time, but no one answered. Then, he ran out of the building and took the key from the tree where he hid the key to open the door. The house was very quiet. It was almost the same as when Zhang Tan went out in the morning. Usually, the smell of food would have wafted up at this time, but today, there was no smell at all. Zhang Tan walked around the room one by one. He did not even find the 2 children's school bags. This meant that Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi did not come back after they were picked up. There was no open book on the desk. There were no small notes in the corridor. There were also no reminders or memos in the house. For a moment, Zhang Tan was at a loss. He walked in circles in annoyance. Although this family was not related to him by blood, if it were not for the unbelievable cat transformation incident, Zhang Tan would not have come into contact with this family at all. However, it was the Jiao Ma who picked him up from the garbage dump in the market. The 4 people in the Jiao family treated him very well. After 5 months, Zhang Tan had developed a sense of belonging to this place that he did not want to admit. When he was still a human, he had a few houses, but none of them made him feel this way. He could not tell what the so-called sense of belonging was. It was as if his hair was standing on end outside, but as soon as he stepped through the door, it was suddenly soothed. When he was walking in circles and feeling a little dizzy, Zhang Tan suddenly thought of something. He ran back to the bedroom, jumped on the table where the phone was placed, pressed the hands-free button, and called the Jiao Pa's cell phone. It rang a few times before it was picked up. "Hello." The Jiao Pa's voice was a little hoarse. Zhang Tan could feel that he was suppressing his emotions. This made Zhang Tan even more upset, so he roared at the top of his lungs. "A woo!" The Jiao Pa on the other end of the phone was speechless. Only his cat would roar like that. However, he did not expect to receive a call from home at this time. When he saw the caller ID, he did not expect that the caller would be his cat. He knew that his cat was different from other cats, but he did not expect to receive a call from his cat at this time. Seeing that there was no response from the other side, Zhang Tan yelled again. This time the Jiao Pa spoke. "I am at the hospital. I have brought the Jiao Yuan and the others here. Something happened to Ronghan. You stay at home. There are snacks in the fridge." "Awoo! Awoo!" Zhang Tan continued to roar at the top of his lungs. Ronghan was Jiao Ma's name. Jiao Ma's name was Gu Ronghan. When he heard that something happened to the Jiao Ma, Zhang Tan could not calm down. He wanted to ask where the hospital was, but he could not speak. All he could do was roar. Because he was too upset, he saw a pile of books next to him. He raised his paw and flipped them over. Hearing the sound of books falling from the phone, the Jiao Pa was silent for a while. "Then I will ask EXN to bring you food later?" "Awoo." Zhang Tan looked at the table. There was a glass cup next to the keyboard. It was a gift from the supplier when he ordered milk for the Jiao Yuan and the others. He swung his tail and smashed it. The Jiao Pa listened to the sound of the glass cup falling to the ground. This time, he was silent for a long time. Then he said, "I will ask EXN to bring you here later. Wait at home. Don't break it again." Chapter 23. Zhang Tan squatted in front of the door and scratched the door impatiently. Of course, it wasn't scratching the door of the Jiao family, but the door of Chu Xiangyang's house across the street. It scratched the wooden door through the metal grating. Chu Xiangyang was playing games with his headphones on, so he didn't hear it. By the time he realized what was going on, the door of his house was already scratched. Zhang Tan waited for nearly an hour before EXIN came back, sweating profusely. EXIN was busy with an experiment when he received a call from Mr. Zhao. Mr. Zhao told him to pick up the cat after he finished his work. EXIN already had the experience of taking care of a cat for Mr. Zhao, so he knew that Mr. Zhao's cat had a bad temper. After he finished his work, he didn't even have time to drink water. He threw down his lab coat, grabbed a water bottle, and rode a second-hand bicycle he just bought to Dongfang family compound. When he reached the 5th floor of the Zhao family's house, EXIN was not surprised to see the murderous black cat, and the sound of its claws scratching the wooden door. Looking at the wooden door and the black cat's eyes, EXIN hurriedly explained why he was late. He emphasized that it was because Mr. Zhao had agreed to it. Zhang Tan didn't listen to his nonsense. He ran back to the living room and threw out the bag that Jiao Pa took him to the biology building. EXIN wasn't too surprised by Zhang Tan's behavior. He was already surprised when he took care of a cat for the first time. Following Mr. Zhao's instructions, EXIN opened the bag. Zhang Tan jumped in automatically, stared at EXIN, and signaled EXIN to hurry up. Not being able to speak was an inconvenience. In the past, Zhang Tan did not think much of being deaf and mute. Now, Zhang Tan could empathize with them. After all, not everyone in life could have a telepathic connection with you. Exian did not understand the look in Zhang Tan's eyes. He just followed Mr. Zhao's instructions and ran downstairs with the bag. When he got downstairs, he suddenly remembered that he could actually let the cat go downstairs by herself. Exian and Zhang Tan rode to the affiliated hospital of Tsinghua University. Unfortunately, even riding a bike could cause problems. Not far from the East family compound, Zhang Tan heard a click, and then the bicycle slowed down. Hearing Exian scolding, Zhang Tan, who was squatting on top of the bag in the basket, looked down and found nothing unusual. However, when he looked back, he saw a broken chain lying on the road. Zhang Tan, what kind of broken car is this? The chain actually broke. He still had to wait for a while for the school bus. Moreover, the bus was constantly stopping, so Zhang Tan couldn't wait any longer. What kind of soldier is this? Who knew when a taxi would arrive on campus? Borrow a car? Who could he borrow a car from? If Exian borrowed another car with a broken chain, Zhang Tan would probably be depressed to death. Zhang Tan remembered that when he went downstairs, he saw the Zhao Pa's small electric bike in the shed. Recently, when the weather was cold, the Zhao Pa would occasionally run to the biology building when it had time. Exian was scratching her ears and cheeks, not knowing what to do. Then she saw the black cat, which was squatting in the basket, jump off and run back. Hey, why are you running? Wait. Exian was even more anxious. If the car was gone, he could buy another one. If the cat was gone, he would be too ashamed to meet his boss. Therefore, Exian left the car on the side of the road and chased after the cat. Anyway, the car was second-hand and not worth much. Besides, it was a car with a broken chain in broad daylight. Except for the sanitation workers, no one would touch it. Zhang Tan rushed back to the Zhao family compound. He found another key for the small electric bike in a small corner of the Zhao Pa's desk drawer. When he went downstairs with the key in his mouth, he saw Exian, who was panting. Zhang Tan glanced at Exian, ran to the Zhao Pa's small electric bike, patted the seat, and put the key down. Exian. Well, the boss's cat was indeed different. The small electric bike was much more reliable than the bicycle. Exian could also drive it easily. It was good that he didn't need to pedal himself. He really didn't have much strength to pedal on the bicycle. What made Zhang Tan unhappy was that the small electric bike was always slow and couldn't be compared to the bicycle. Therefore, at this time, Zhang Tan really hoped that the Zhao family could have a small car of their own. On the way to the hospital, Zhang Tan kept paying attention to the road. After memorizing it, he didn't need to rely on others for help in the future. It would save him time and effort. The affiliated hospital of Tsinghua University was not located on the campus of Tsinghua University. It was about 2 stops away from the campus. The hospital integrated medical treatment, teaching, and scientific research. It was a level 3 first-class hospital. There were always a lot of people in the hospital. Exian parked the car and went in with the bag according to the detailed address given by Mr. Zhao. After all, the hospital was not a place where cats could walk around freely. Zhang Tan couldn't just walk in. When he was in the elevator, he bumped into the Zhao Pa, who was coming down to buy lunch. Zhang Tan saw that the Zhao Pa looked fine. When he talked to Exian, he didn't sound as hoarse and depressed as before on the phone. It seemed that the Zhao Ma should be fine. The Zhao Pa bought 5 lunchboxes and gave one to Exian. Exian was going to buy some fruits, but when she touched her trouser pocket, she didn't bring any money. She left in a hurry and didn't wear a jacket. Her wallet was in her jacket. Now, there was only a meal card in her trouser pocket. Well, can I swipe my meal card at the fruit store? Exian was very embarrassed. The Zhao Pa and Zhang Tan. Maybe another day. She can't eat today anyway. She hasn't woken up yet, said the Zhao Pa. As they walked to the elevator, the Zhao Pa explained what happened today. Although the Zhao Ma taught in junior high school, sometimes she would go to the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China. She planned to be transferred to the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China. She knew a lot of people from both schools. With the Zhao Ma's ability, she was able to teach in the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China. Now, she just didn't go to the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China because she was worried about the 2 children at home. However, if she didn't have classes, she would still go to the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China. The Tsinghua University of China, affiliated to Tsinghua University of China, was a key high school in the province. However, it was a little far from the city center and close to the Third Ring Road. Tsinghua University of China, affiliated to Tsinghua University of China, had buses every day from the university campus to the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China, affiliated to Tsinghua University of China. Unexpectedly, not long after they left the high school affiliated to Tsinghua University of China, a small truck with a glass door directly crashed into them. The driver of the small truck was still hung over when he drove. As for now, he was still in the operating room and was still in critical condition. Many people on the school bus were injured. 6 of them were seriously injured, and 2 of them were still in the emergency room. The Jiao Ma was one of the luckier ones. When she was first sent to the hospital, she was covered in blood. When the Jiao Pa rushed to the hospital, he saw the scene. The Jiao Ma's body was pierced by glass shards in many places. 3 of them were quite deep. The wound on her leg was so deep that the bone could be seen. However, the bone was not damaged. When she was first sent to the hospital, it looked scary. In fact, compared to the 6 seriously injured people, the Jiao Ma was actually very lucky. After the surgery, the glass shards were removed. There were no fractures, but she still needed to be hospitalized for a few days. When the Jiao Pa received the call from Zheng Tan, the Jiao Ma's surgery had just ended. However, the Jiao Pa still hadn't calmed down. He was still immersed in the scene he saw when he arrived at the hospital. That was why he spoke in such a tone. However, he had already returned to his usual calm self. As for the Jiao Yuan and the others, the Jiao Pa asked Sister Ling to bring them over. He was afraid that if the situation went bad, he would be able to see the children one last time. Relatively speaking, the Jiao Ma's condition wasn't that serious. Therefore, after the surgery, she was directly sent to a normal ward. The ICU was already full. In fact, the so-called normal ward wasn't very normal. The hospital had other benefits for the staff of the school. There was a floor specially prepared for the staff of Tsinghua University. Jiao Ma was currently in this type of ward. Compared to other wards, the difference was that the 4 beds in this ward were separated into small rooms. Even though the people next door could hear them if they spoke a little louder, it was still better than being squeezed together. There were also rooms next door that didn't have a cubicle. It was up to the family to choose. Usually, people like Jiao Ma who had just undergone surgery would be placed in a cubicle. Each cubicle was very small, less than 10 square meters. It would be too crowded if a few more people went in. Jiao Ma was still lying in the cubicle, but after knowing that her life wasn't in danger, the Jiao family felt relieved. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi sat on a bench in the corridor outside the large ward. Gu Yuzi's eyes were still red and swollen from crying. Jiao Yuan wasn't any better. After Xian arrived for a while, the Jiao Pa sent him away. After all, Xian still had a lot of things to do. We don't have enough people. The Jiao Pa sighed. He paused and said, "Next year, we will recruit more postgraduate students." He wondered what Xian would think if she heard this. Zheng Tan stayed in the cubicle where Jiao Ma was. It was not good to be seen outside. Halfway through, a nurse came to change the dressing and check on the patient's condition. Zheng Tan hid in Jiao Yuan's backpack. As for the books in Jiao Yuan's backpack, he threw them all into a plastic bag. The Jiao Ma's situation wasn't told to the old people who lived in their hometown. The old people on both sides were old and tired of going back and forth. Zheng Tan and the 2 children stayed here first. The Jiao Pa went home and brought some clothes and supplies. He also moved the small wooden table with the Chinese chess pattern over. It could be used to store things, eat, and do homework for the 2 children. For the past few days, the Jiao Pa had been staying here at night. There was a foldable recliner in the cubicle for the caregiver to rest. It looked a little small, but it was acceptable. On this day, the 2 children of the Jiao family didn't go to class. They stayed here with the Jiao Pa. Jiao Ma woke up in the afternoon. After talking for a while, she fell asleep again. Although her face was still pale, at least the 3 people and the cat were more at ease. At around 5 in the afternoon, the Jiao Pa went to buy lunch again. After eating, he asked the 2 children to take the bus home before it got dark. Originally, the Jiao Pa was going to let the 2 children stay at Aunt Ling's house or a few teachers' houses. The 2 children firmly objected, saying that they could take care of themselves. They couldn't sleep well outside, so it was better to go home. The Jiao Pa looked at Zheng Tan, who was sticking his head out of Jiao Yuan's backpack, and said, "Black charcoal, help me look after them at home." Chapter 24. The two kids were waiting for the bus at the entrance of the hospital. There were too many people on the two buses in front of them, so Jiao Yuan decided to wait for a bus with fewer people. There were many buses from the hospital to Tsinghua University's East Gate, so there was no need to squeeze with so many people. At this time, there were many people on the buses. Tsinghua City was very crowded, and there were no subways, so there were always a lot of people at this time of the day. Jiao Yuan was very quiet today. If it was in the past, he would kick a tree next to him, pick at the advertisements on the telephone pole, or talk to the people next to him while waiting for the bus. But now, Jiao Yuan just stood there quietly with Gu Yuzi, who was a second-year student. Occasionally, he would whisper to Gu Yuzi and wait for the next bus because the buses were too full. Zheng Tan stayed inside Jiao Yuan's bag. There was a small gap in the zipper of the bag that allowed Zheng Tan to poke her head out. She could breathe without suffocating inside the bag. But no matter what, it was uncomfortable to stay in the bag. Zheng Tan wanted to poke his head out, but there were too many people. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Zheng Tan shrank into the bag. Jiao Yuan's bag smelled like tea eggs. He probably went to the cafeteria in the morning to buy a few tea eggs to carry so that he wouldn't be hungry after class. After waiting for about 15 minutes, a bus with fewer people finally arrived. Jiao Yuan held Gu Yuzi's hand and got on the bus. Coincidentally, someone got off the bus and gave up his seat. Jiao Yuan thanked him and sat down with Gu Yuzi. He put Zheng Tan's bag on his lap. It was only 2 stops to the back gate of Tsinghua University, but it was 2 more stops to the gate of the East Gate. It was best to be able to sit. Zheng Tan felt a little stuffy in the bag, so he put his nose in the zipper and breathed in the air. The bus stopped and went. Sometimes it was because it was at a stop, and sometimes it was because it was at a traffic light. Zheng Tan felt a little sleepy. However, not long after, Zheng Tan felt a sharp pain in his beard. Looking through the gap in the zipper, he saw a mother and a child sitting in front. The child was being carried and was facing the person sitting behind. The child probably saw Zheng Tan's black nose and a few strands of beard peeking out from the zipper, so he reached out and pulled at his beard. After feeling the pain, Zheng Tan shrank inwards and pulled his beard back into his school bag. Cat fur. The kid wasn't fluent in speaking yet. Seeing the strands of cat's whiskers that he had just grabbed retract into his school bag, he pointed at Jiao Yuan's school bag and shouted. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, who were in a daze, came back to their senses. They did not know what had just happened. They only saw the child pointing at the bag. They thought that they had been discovered and were a little nervous. Although there were no signs on the bus that said pets were not allowed, most people were against bringing pets on the bus. Fortunately, no one else had noticed Zheng Tan's beard. The lighting in the bus was not good, and people who had just gotten off work were resting, so no one had noticed. The child's mother also thought that her child had seen a black cat hanging on someone else's school bag, so she smiled and comforted him. After arriving at the Dongyuan bus stop, the 2 children quickly got off the bus, afraid that they would be discovered. After all, they were children and were not as thick-skinned as adults. After entering the East Gate, Zheng Tan jumped out of his school bag and breathed in the fresh air. His whole body felt much more relaxed. At this time, the sky was already dark, and the street lights were on. He could vaguely hear the ending song of the program on the school radio. Gusts of wind blew, and the rustling of leaves could be heard. There were also sounds of leaves falling. Zheng Tan shivered. He ran a few steps and climbed up a tree. After sliding down, he felt that his body was warmer. Seeing Zheng Tan like this, Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, who had been in a heavy mood, also felt a little relieved. There were people walking around, and people driving home after work. It was not very quiet. They could also hear the barking of dogs in the Dongyuan bus stop. After arriving at the front of the building, Jiao Yuan swiped the access card, and Zheng Tan ran in first. The building of the Dongyuan bus stop was older and did not have voice-activated lights. The people who lived here were used to it. The lights on the lower 3 floors were all on, but the 4th and 5th floors were dark. The parrot's home on the 4th floor was empty, probably on a business trip again. On the 5th floor, Chu Xiangyang rarely came downstairs, so no one turned on the lights. Zheng Tan went up to turn on the lights so that the 2 children would not bump into the staircase. For other people, it was dark in the corridor without lights, but for Zheng Tan, it was nothing. Or rather, for a cat, this kind of darkness was nothing. It jumped up and turned on the light switch for the 4th floor, and then went up to turn on the light switch for the 5th floor. After turning on the lights, Zhang Tan ran downstairs. The 2 children had just reached the 2nd floor. When they reached the 4th floor, the 2 children finally knew why their cat had run up in advance. Before they entered the building, they did not see the lights on in the corridor between the 4th and 5th floors. Black charcoal is so smart. Zhao Yuan laughed. This was the first time he had laughed since he found out that Zhao Ma was in trouble. Yes. Gu Yuzi was as quiet as always. Zheng Tan was depressed. What was there to praise about this kind of thing? But Dad said that a cat that is too smart will attract attention. There are some things that we don't need to let outsiders know. So just talk about what happened just now at home. Don't tell anyone, Zhao Yuan said. I know. Gu Yuzi nodded. She never talked about it. She once saw a child in her class bring a Barbie doll to school every day to show off. Not long after, the Barbie doll was found missing. When it was found, the doll had been stepped on and thrown into the trash can. It was said that people were jealous of it. Their cat picking them up from school every day was already very eye-catching. There was no need to add more things. This should be similar so they could not talk about it. After returning home, Zhao Yuan called Zhao Pa to tell him that he and his sister had returned home safely. Before he finished the call, Huang's owner, who was called Aunt Ling by Zhao Yuan, came over with a bag of cake and milk. She was afraid that the 2 children would be hungry. They could be used for breakfast the next morning. Because there were relatives' children at home, Auntie Ling couldn't stay here. Zhao Yuan and the other 2 children also insisted on staying at home. Auntie Ling boiled the bathwater and waited for the 2 children to bathe and go to bed before leaving. Zheng Tan lay next to Gu Yuzi. After she fell asleep, he ran to Zhao Yuan's room to check. The little brat was still awake. Zheng Tan stayed by his side for a while. After making sure that he was asleep, Zheng Tan went to the balcony. When he couldn't sleep at night, Zheng Tan liked to stay on the balcony to get some fresh air. This kind of environment was very suitable for thinking about life. No, it should be thinking about this stupid cat life. As the night deepened, the lights in the family compound gradually went out. The surroundings also gradually quieted down. There was no noise from the TV or people talking. Next door, Chu Xiangyang's house was still lit. He would not go to bed until 1 or 2 in the morning. Tonight, Zheng Tan did not feel sleepy at all. He just sat on the balcony and listened to the movements in the 2 children's room. What made Zheng Tan feel relieved was that the 2 children were sleeping well. At least they did not have any nightmares. Looking down from the 5th floor, the orange lights on the side of the road in the courtyard were particularly eye-catching. Looking further into the distance, there were many orange lights flickering in the swaying trees. After the wind calmed down, the flickering lights in the trees also stopped. Most of the street lights in the school were orange. Places with such orange lights had a driveway. It was said that orange street lights were the safest type of light. Because the orange light had a long wavelength, it could be seen from far away. Under the orange light, the cars driving in front could also be seen clearly. At the same time, it was also softer. It made people's eyes feel comfortable, and it also made the driver's eyes less tired. This way, the journey would be safe. Zheng Tan yawned. It was really late. If he stayed for a few more hours, there would probably be people doing morning exercises. Even Chu Xiangyang next door would be asleep. Zheng Tan turned around and prepared to go back to the living room to sleep on the sofa. He could also take care of the 2 children in the living room. Just as Zheng Tan raised his foot, he heard a muffled knocking sound coming from downstairs. Zheng Tan's footsteps paused. This sound came from the wind chime hanging on the balcony of Depang's bedroom on the 1st floor. At first glance, it looked like a normal wind chime. To an outsider, if there was anything special about it, it would be that the wind chime was hung with a wooden sign and not a metal or shell ornament that made a crisp sound. Zheng Tan did not pay attention to it before. But once, when Depang's homework was checked by Celestine's old superior in military uniform, he found out the function of the wind chime. It was a warning. As long as there was no strong wind, the wind chime would not ring. It would only ring when the hanging wooden signs were knocked, and the sound of each wooden sign was different. Zheng Tan heard the sound of the wooden sign and looked downstairs. With this look, Zheng Tan found 2 rats. Although the 2 people were hiding in the shadows, They could not hide from Zhang Tan's eyes. Even if he could not see their faces clearly, he could still capture the two figures. At the end of September, there was a theft in the East Family District. Because of this, there were 2 more dogs in the courtyard. After that, there were no more thefts in the East Family District. Looking at the cooperation and behavior of these 2 people, it did not seem like it was the first time at all. They seemed to be very familiar with the layout of the old building in the family district. They also had some understanding of the residents. So, these 2 people might be the culprits of the previous theft. After more than a month, these 2 thieves finally could not bear it anymore. He did not expect that the thieves would choose his own building this time. These 2 people, could their target be his house? It was definitely not the 4th floor. The Parrot General's house was special. Because of a rare parrot, the balcony had an iron fence and the door had been changed. It was very well protected and difficult to steal. And the other house on the 4th floor was empty all year round, so it probably did not have anything valuable. This time, who would the target of the 2 rats be? If it was his house. Zhang Tan narrowed his eyes and moved his palms. The sharp claws stretched out and then retracted. I can't talk, I can't boil water, and I have to hide in my bag when taking the bus. But can't I deal with you? Chapter 25. Previously, there were people who suspected that the burglars from the residential area were part of a gang. Even though Zhang Tan was not that good at analyzing cases, she knew that to steal from the residential area, there was a high chance that there was an inside job. However, when the police came, they couldn't find anything. In the end, the case was left unsettled. Therefore, during that period of time, the owners who rented out their houses were forced to come back to the residential area to explain to the other residents. They even had to sign an agreement to ensure that the tenants trusted them enough. Zhang Tan heard a ding sound. It was the sound of the building's security guard. These 2 people had access cards, and they were familiar enough with the residents of this building. Their target should not be the old residents of the few retired old employees. In fact, many of the retired teachers living here lived a very poor life. Even if they were actually very rich, when they went to the school cafeteria, they would buy a large bag of white steamed buns and cook some porridge and side dishes at home. They did not live a life of luxury. Besides, if the target was the family of those retired teachers, why wait until now? Therefore, excluding the old residents, the relatively new residents were the 2 families on the 5th floor. Coincidentally, why did they choose today, when Jiao Ma was in trouble and Jiao Pa wasn't home? Only 2 children who were still in elementary school were left. They weren't much of a threat and didn't have the ability to fight back. After one of them entered the building, Zhang Tan estimated the time and went to the door from the balcony. He looked at the clock on the wall. It was 10 minutes past 2. Generally speaking, people were sleeping soundly at this time. If their target wasn't the Jiao family, Zhang Tan wouldn't do anything for the time being. He didn't want to wake up the 2 children who had just fallen asleep. To be honest, Zhang Tan didn't care about what happened to the others. People were biased. What did it have to do with him if someone else's house was stolen? These people were only stealing, not murdering people. Of course, even if he did make a move, he would wait until they were ready to leave. Unless it was absolutely necessary, Zhang Tan didn't want to make a scene in front of his house. However, things didn't go as planned. The man paused when he reached the 5th floor. He seemed to be making sure that all the residents on the 5th floor were asleep. Then, he walked towards the Jiao family. Soon, there was a soft sound from the door lock. Hearing the light footsteps outside the door, Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and the claws on its palms stretched out. The person on the other side of the door would never have thought that 1 meter away from the door, a black cat was sitting at the dark entrance. With the sound of footsteps approaching and the sound of the door lock, the black cat had already changed its posture. It bent its legs and crouched down. The tip of its tail, which had been wagging from time to time, stopped moving. It was ready to strike. The door gradually opened after a light, click, sound. An unfamiliar aura. The person at the door carefully pushed open the door, but just as he pushed it open a little, before he could even step in, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face. From the tip of his left eyebrow to the right corner of his mouth, a few bloody marks immediately appeared on his face, each of which immediately oozed blood. Before the man could react to the sudden pain, a strong force hit his chest, causing him to take 2 steps back and fall to the ground. The lights in the corridor were all turned off, and the small flashlight in the man's hand fell to the ground due to the impact. The man panicked. thinking that he had been discovered. What he knew was not true. It was obvious that there were more than 2 children in the house. The man screamed because of the sharp pain on his face. He got up and ran downstairs, but the small amount of light from the flashlight was not enough for him to see the stairs clearly. Blood had already flowed into his eyes, blurring his vision. The pain on his face stimulated the nerves in his brain, and he staggered and rolled down the stairs. When he reached the corner of the stairs, he hurriedly got up and ran down again. Zhang Tan closed the door and chased after the man. Since the man had already come all the way here, Zhang Tan would not be satisfied if he didn't get rid of him once and for all. The man should be very familiar with the stairs of the residential building. Otherwise, how could he run so fast in the dark and hurt his eyes? When he reached the first floor, there was a person lying in front of the door. It was a woman. Depang's owner, the old lady who was almost 70 years old, was standing there with a stun baton. Depang squatted by the old lady's feet. Depang's warning was not for Zhang Tan, but for the old lady. The old lady was very sensitive to the sound of wooden signs, so she made the wind chime sound like a wooden sign. Although the old lady was old, she was not careless at all when she made a move. Otherwise, the young woman would not have been lying there without a sound. The young woman's accomplice had no intention of helping his companion at this time, and directly rushed out. The old lady had already caught one, so she did not stop the man. After all, she was old and could not compare to a strong young man. If she forced herself to fight, she would definitely be at a disadvantage. Therefore, the old lady shouted forcefully, "Catch the thief!" Then in the courtyard, the dogs began to bark, mixed with a few cat meows that Zhang Tan was familiar with. Zhang Tan chased after the man. Although the man's face was injured and one of his eyes was blurred by blood, he still ran very fast. Behind Zhang Tan, a white figure was also rushing towards this side. Although it was not as fast as Zhang Tan, it was indeed following Zhang Tan's pursuit route, running in the direction that the man escaped. The man ran fast, but Zhang Tan was not slow either. All the training he had been doing was not for nothing. Zhang Tan ran while thinking about the best time to make a move. When the man passed by the flower bed at the corner, Zhang Tan sped up, rushed up, jumped up, and pushed the man from behind. The man did not expect to be hit in the back. He lost his balance, his legs went limp, and he fell on the flower bed. His head rested on the cement edge of the flower bed. For a moment, the man was a little dizzy. He lay there and moved twice, but did not get up. Not long after, when the man gradually came back to his senses, a white figure rushed over and bit the man's calf. Blood came out from the bite. Ah! It was another scream, different from the one in front of the Jiao family's house. After the panic of being discovered, being chased, and running away, the sharp pain in his calf made him want to vent his fear. Therefore, the scream was especially loud, which was very scary in such a night. The man struggled to break free and kicked the bull. Niu Zhuangzhuang, who had been kicked and rolled a few times, got up and continued to rush forward. This time, he was even more ferocious. He took another bite of the blood mark that he had just bitten and made a low growl as he bit. Zhang Tan squatted in the bushes nearby, watching the performance of the 4-month-old bull terrier. He praised in his heart, "Bull Zhuangzhuang, damn it!" Although it looked a little weird, he had to admit that the bull terrier was worthy of being a fighting dog. Zhang Tan felt pain in his calf from the bite just now, not to mention the man's calf, which was badly mutilated after 2 bites. Zhang Tan hid in the bushes because he sensed that the old lady's roar had attracted people to come over. At this time, he did not want to expose himself. The claw marks on the man's face were enough. He would leave the rest of the credit to Bull Zhuangzhuang. After all, no one saw him when he chased after the man. Zhang Tan looked up at Block B. He saw that the Jiao family's house lights were on. All the houses in that building had their lights on. People were shouting, dogs were barking, and cats were joining in. It was so lively that even people who were sleeping soundly would be awakened. Zhang Tan did not care about the people here and hurried over to the Jiao family. The 2 children were probably frightened. When Zhang Tan returned to the house, the door was still closed like when Zhang Tan left, but the lights in the living room were on. Zhang Tan could still hear the Jiao Yuan whispering to Gu Yuzi in the living room. Zhang Tan barked twice and scratched the door gently. The door immediately opened. The Jiao Yuan was holding a rolling pin, and Gu Yuzi was standing behind him. Zhang Tan. Who taught these children to use rolling pins when they were in trouble? Xiong was like this last time, And this time, the Jiao Yuan had the same reaction. After seeing Zhang Tan at the door, the two children relaxed a little. At this time, Chu Xiangyang, who was opposite the door, walked out in his SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas. He looked confused. Because of this matter, many people in the family compound couldn't sleep until dawn. Those two people were arrested, and the people who had their things stolen last time were clamoring to interrogate them on the spot and investigate to the end. They were not easy to fool. Obviously, based on what they learned from interrogating the two men, the situation was not as simple as it seemed. No ordinary student could know so much about the people in the courtyard. The Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi followed Chu Xiangyang downstairs to understand the situation. After all, there were still bloodstains on the fifth-floor corridor. They would not feel at ease if they did not figure it out. Hearing that the two men's target was the Jiao family, Aunt Ling, who had come out to chase her cat, slapped her twice. As for the young woman who was caught, the men in the courtyard didn't dare to make a move. Moreover, the young woman's face was covered in tears and she looked very pitiful. She was also quite pretty, looked obedient, and spoke softly. Normally, no one would think that she was a thief. After being slapped twice, the woman cried even harder, but she still looked pitiful. Unfortunately, Auntie Ling didn't fall for it. She went up and slapped her twice more. If it wasn't for the people beside her pulling her away, Auntie Ling would have kicked her twice. Zhang Tan followed the Jiao Yuan downstairs. He did not join the crowd. At this time, the two children were being watched by Aunt Ling and Chu Xiangyang, so nothing would happen. Zhang Tan looked at Niu Zhuangzhuang. The little guy was squatting beside Old Man Yen. Old Man Yen was smiling like a chrysanthemum flower. He praised it while wiping the blood from its mouth. Zhuangzhuang, you're really good. Tomorrow, no today, I'll buy you a big bone to reward you. Niu Zhuangzhuang barked twice. No one knew if it understood, but its tail was wagging happily. Ever since Niu Zhuangzhuang was brought to the courtyard, it had been sleeping in the corridor of Old Man Yan's building. That building had been robbed before, so everyone was thinking of letting Niu Zhuangzhuang guard the building. After the old lady shouted, someone immediately came out to check on the situation. It was at that time that Niu Zhuangzhuang rushed out. At night, Aunt Ling and the others did not inform the Jiao Pa. He had to stay in the hospital. It was not until dawn that the Jiao Pa found out about the courtyard. He specially allowed the Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi to not go to school. He called the teacher to ask for leave. The two children were brought to the hospital by Chu Xiangyang, who rarely went out. Chu Xiangyang had a car, so Zhang Tan did not need to stay in his bag to take the bus. However, when he came out of the hospital parking lot, he was still put in his bag. Chapter 26. Jiao Ma's complexion looked better today. She had more color and looked more energetic. However, after knowing what had happened in the eastern courtyard last night, if Jiao Pa hadn't stopped her, Jiao Ma would have dragged her injuries back. Even if Auntie Ling didn't tell them, the incident in the eastern courtyard had caused a huge commotion last night. The hospital was surrounded by staff and family members of the school. Everyone would know after chatting. Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi didn't say much after answering Jiao Ma's questions. Chu Xiangyang was the most talkative. He recounted what had happened last night vividly. Ever since the previous theft, the people on the first and second floors have taken precautions. Some of the residents even added locks to their doors. As for the people on the fourth and fifth floors, they originally thought that they would be safer. But now, it seems that those people have figured out the psychology of the people. The more you think it's safer to live on the higher floors, the more they will target the residents on the higher floors. I heard that they saw the honor list of the Academy of Biological Sciences and knew that Brother Zhao had applied for more than 1 million yuan in the National Natural Science Foundation this year. They also happened to know that something happened to your family. You only have 2 children at home, so they targeted your family. We can't use all the funds we applied for ourselves. They are all used for research projects. Jiao Ma said in an unpleasant tone. But those people don't think so. There are plenty of people who get rich from the funds they applied for. Chu Xiangyang shrugged. He suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, I heard that they investigated overnight. With the help of a few seniors in the courtyard, they really found some results. The theft cases from more than a month ago didn't find anything. In fact, someone stopped them. But this time, they couldn't stop them. The mastermind is someone who lives in Building A. His family has some connections. His uncle is the vice principal, the one in charge of enrollment and employment. Chu Xiangyang loved to gossip about those big shots. He wasn't afraid of them making things difficult for him. He might be able to beat them in terms of family background. Besides, he had already graduated. What was there to be afraid of? Usually, everyone would give him some face, but this time, no one can tolerate it. There are a few people in the courtyard who have applied for millions in funding, and they are all on the quarterly honor roll of each courtyard. No one would be happy to be targeted because of this. Last night, an old man had called the vice principal directly. I'm guessing that they'll come to the hospital to apologize to you after they've settled the matter in the courtyard. Zhang Tan squatted on the bedding beside Jiao Ma's bed and listened to their conversation quietly. The bedding was brought by Jiao Pa from home. It was much more comfortable and pleasing to the eye than the ones in the hospital. When Jiao Yuan and the others arrived, Jiao Ma had just finished changing her bandages, so no nurse would come over for the time being. After listening to Chu Xiangyang's words, Zhang Tan thought for a moment. It made sense. If he didn't have any connections or abilities, how could he have gotten the access cards for each block of the family building? He even had access cards for the west side of the building. After this incident, he wondered what measures the school would take to prevent similar incidents from happening again. Even if the access cards were changed, Zhang Tan just had to ask the Jiao Pa to get another access card. Zhang Tan wasn't worried about this at all. Hey brother Jiao, I heard that the thief was scratched by your cat before he even entered the house. That thief thought that there was someone in the house, so he scrambled and ran away, not even caring about his partner. But I guess he ran too fast, and when he turned a corner, he fell and hit the cement side of the flower bed. His head was covered in blood, and he was bitten by Master Yan's bullhead terrier. A piece of flesh was torn off from his leg. This time, Master Yan's bullhead terrier is really famous, you didn't see it. After listening to Chu Xiangyang's story, the Jiao Pa glanced at Zhang Tan, who was squatting on the bedding with his eyes closed and pretending to be asleep. It was a good thing that he knew how to keep a low profile. Some things didn't need to be in the limelight. The few of them chatted and laughed. The atmosphere was not as heavy as it was yesterday. The Jiao Ma was also not as anxious as when she first heard about the incident. Chu Xiangyang said that he would help take care of the Jiao family's 2 children for the next few days, but the Jiao Pa declined. After Chu Xiangyang left, the Jiao Ma asked about the reason why Chu Xiangyang refused to help take care of the children. I'm going to look for Celestine. That way, both of us can rest assured. Xiao Chu has put all his energy into the game. When the time comes, he'll probably bring the Jiao Yuan along to play games. Zhang Tan nodded to himself. That was possible. Moreover, that guy was indifferent to everything around him when he was playing games. It was better to rely on himself than rely on him to take care of the children. In comparison, Celestine was indeed more reassuring. After all, as long as he stayed at home at night, he could go wherever he wanted to during the day. That way, Celestine should have some free time. However, how was Celestine's investigation going? It had been so long, but the case had not been solved yet. Zhang Tan was thinking about Celestine's investigation when the door of the cubicle rang. The Jiao Yuan and Gu Yuzi hurriedly put Zhang Tan into their school bags and sat back in their chairs. They pretended that nothing had happened, but their faces were too serious. The Jiao Ma smiled and shook her head. The person who came was Xiao Zhua. She had also come to visit after hearing about the incident in the courtyard. Father Jiao hurriedly gave up the reclining chair for Xiao Zhua to sit down. Because of the relationship between his cat and Xiao Zhua, Lord Zheng's attitude had always been very good when he went to the School of Physics to borrow the instruments. Even if he did not smile, he would not be as cold as before. Seeing that it was Xiao Zhua, Zhang Tan did not hide in the school bag anymore. He jumped onto the bed and squatted on the soft mattress. It was much more comfortable than the school bag. Yo, black charcoal, you snuck over? Xiao Zhua was not too surprised to see Zhang Tan here. She even smiled and reached out her finger to gently tap Zhang Tan's head. The topic revolved around Zhang Tan, so Xiao Zhua and the Jiao Ma talked more. The Jiao Ma was relieved. If the topic of black charcoal had not been brought up, she would not have said anything. Although they did not know the details of Xiao Zhua's situation, they could guess some of it. They felt that it was a pity for her. She was one of the 3 trump cards of Zheng in the School of Physics. She had a bright future. There was a big project in the School of Physics recently. If Xiao Zhua had participated, they would have had another strong trump card in the future. However, this had happened at this time. Xiaofan had decided to keep the child that she had conceived during the radiation experiment. The child's health was not even guaranteed. Sigh, young people nowadays. Xiaofan did not stay for too long. After chatting for a while, she put on a loose coat and left. Xiaofan, this person. It's a pity. Because the Zhao Yuan and the others were here, Zhao Ma could not be too clear about it. Auntie Zhua, do you have a baby? The Zhao Yuan asked. Yes. The Zhao Ma did not want to say more. After chatting for a while, she was a little tired. However, she could not fall asleep. The Zhao Pa thought for a while and said to the Zhao Yuan, speaking of babies, there is something you definitely don't know. What is it? The Zhao Yuan and Gu Yuzi looked curiously at the Zhao Pa. Zhang Tan was no exception. However, Zhang Tan was already mentally prepared to hear the words. I'll tell you. I'll tell you. The Zhao Pa took out a manuscript. As he spoke, he drew a few strokes on the manuscript. As expected, Zhang Tan pulled his ear. Although it was a little painful to hear the words, I'll tell you, Zhang Tan was still very interested in the topic the Zhao Pa was talking about. After all, they had been together for so many years. The Zhao Ma could already guess what the Zhao Pa was going to say. She smiled and shook her head. She just wanted to see the two children's reactions. Human growth is not achieved in one step. It has to go through many stages. Take the baby you mentioned just now as an example. When a baby is in its mother's stomach, it also has to go through several stages of development. For boys like you, Zhao Yuan, in the initial stages of embryonic development, they are actually similar to girls. Zhang Tan and Zhao Yuan. If one had to describe the current expressions of Zhang Tan and Zhao Yuan, it would be as if they had seen someone eat shit. The Zhao Pa ignored their reactions and continued. Although they are similar to girls in the beginning, in the subsequent growth process, there are 5 junctions of gender transition. The Zhao Pa drew a Y on the manuscript. The decisive die will send out a signal at the appropriate time. After this signal determines the direction of development, there will be a series of hormone reactions in the subsequent stages. At each stage, the relevant hormone will send out a gender transition signal, causing the embryo to develop from a female to a male. In the process of changing through the 5 junctions, if there is any mistake at any of the junctions, it is very likely that the embryo will develop towards a female. The Zhao Pa was still explaining, but at this time, the 2 children and the cat were already in a daze. What would a boy think when he was told that he was actually a girl? Damn, this can't be real, right? I'm a boy. I'm a man. I have a penis. The Zhao Yuan did not care about anything else at this time. He argued and almost took off his pants to take out his penis. Yes, you're a boy. No one knows this better than us. I'm just explaining this normal fact. This is actually a phase change, a normal change that people have to go through. The Zhao Pa said seriously. The Zhao Yuan still had a constipated look on his face. In fact, Zhang Tan was not much better. However, the cat's face did not have as many changes as the human face, and it was also black. Other people could only see that the cat's face was a little strange, but they did not know that the alpaca in Zhang Tan's heart was galloping again. A boy is a boy. A girl is a girl. It's either a boy or a girl. How can this be? The Zhao Yuan was confused. As expected, biological changes and evolution were always a mysterious and f***-kept-up topic. Correction, in fact, many researchers now believe that there are not only 2 types of gender, but at least 5 types. Male, male, bisexual, female, and female. Zhang Tan was speechless. The alpaca in his heart continued to gallop. Therefore, sometimes in a gender test without surgery, a person with a Y chromosome might not necessarily look like a man. Although the probability of such a situation is extremely small, a possibility is a possibility. You can't deny that you have to be serious about science. The Zhao Pa's last sentence made Zhang Tan's confused thoughts stop. Chapter 27. Zhao Pa was a man of action. After he decided to ask for Celestine's help, he called Celestine after lunch. It was not working at this time, so it was convenient to find someone. Because of Zhang Tan, Zhao Pa would sometimes talk to Celestine. They didn't talk much, and it mostly revolved around Zhang Tan. Other than Zhang Tan, they seemed to talk about other things. Zhang Tan didn't know much about it, but he knew that it was about Celestine's future work. Celestine's little smart had changed to a phone, so Zhang Tan didn't have to hear Celestine say, "Hey, Hey, F***ck, every time he picked up the phone. As expected, Celestine agreed to come over at night to look after the two children. He didn't have much time during the day, but he was still free at night. The two children stayed at the hospital until 2 in the afternoon. Aunt Ling came over. She made soup today and sent some over. Jiao Pa just had to find a microwave to heat it up. At the same time, Aunt Ling said that she wanted to take the two children home for dinner, so they didn't have to eat the hospital's packed lunches. Jiao Pa and Jiao Ma definitely agreed, so they didn't reject Aunt Ling's good intentions. However, after Zhang Tan followed them back to school, he separated from Jiao Yuan and the others. He didn't want to go to Aunt Ling's house. Aunt Ling had a small child at home. It was her relative's child. Last time, Zhang Tan saw that rotten child grab Huang's tail. It was still the same saying. Ignorant little brats were the public enemy of all pets. Zhang Tan would rather eat biscuits than go to Aunt Ling's house and get his tail grabbed by a child. He wasn't sure if he would stretch out his claws when his tail was grabbed. Standing in front of the door of the Dongfang family's compound, Zhang Tan thought for a while. Since he had nothing to do, he might as well go to Celestine's place to take a look. When the time came, he would come over with Celestine. Zhang Tan was still thinking about how to tell Celestine about it. The house Celestine rented was converted from a private house into an apartment. It was rented to students and office workers who had just entered society and did not have much economic foundation. The management of the surrounding area was relatively chaotic. Even if something was lost, it would be in vain. It was useless to look for the police. There were so many such cases that they could not find the reason even if they investigated. The good thing was that the rent in this area was cheap, so there were always many people renting. Zhang Tan did not often come to the house rented by Celestine. There were too many people and it was troublesome. There would always be people who would find ropes and dolls to tease Zhang Tan when they saw Zhang Tan. These people did not know that Zhang Tan was also looking at them as if he was looking at an idiot. When Zhang Tan arrived at the residential area, it was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon. At this time, there were not many people coming in and out of the area. Some were going to work, some were going to school, and some were taking an afternoon nap. There were also many stray cats here. The landlord had his own cat. Cats were very common here, so no one would pay attention to a black cat that entered the building. Zhang Tan had just entered the floor where Celestine lived when he heard a bang sound. Zhang Tan, who was about to enter the corridor, stopped and hid at the corner of the stairs to take a look. A young man was lying on the ground, holding his stomach and groaning in pain. Celestine held a freshly peeled apple in one hand and a fruit knife in the other. He slowly walked out, then squatted down in front of the man and used the fruit knife, which was still sticky with apple juice, to pat the man's face. "I just bought you a new phone, and you're already thinking about it. You've got guts. You came to steal my phone when I was taking an afternoon nap. Do you think I'm easy to bully or stupid?" Celestine's tone was completely rogue. When the man wanted to get up, he was stopped by Celestine's knife on his neck. The man still wanted to say something, but Celestine pressed the knife down. "I don't want to listen to your bullshit," Celestine said as he threw the finished apple down the stairs. Zhang Tan. Although the management of the area was a bit messy, there was no need to throw trash everywhere. Zhang Tan remembered that last week, Jiao Ma deducted a yuan of pocket money from the Jiao Yuan for throwing used cellophane tape everywhere. But the next moment, Zhang Tan's ears twitched. It didn't seem to be the sound of an apple hitting the ground. The ground below was cement, so it shouldn't have been that kind of sound. Although confused, Zhang Tan didn't immediately run to the railing to take a look. At this time, he mainly paid attention to Celestine. When he looked again, Celestine's hand holding the knife was still the same, but his other hand had already started to dig into the man's pocket. Not long after, Celestine took out a wallet. There was no ID inside, but there was 1,000 yuan. With a look of disdain, Wei Ling took out $1,000 and put it in his pocket. Then, he returned the wallet. In addition to the wallet, there were also some small lock-picking tools. Celestine's expression of disgust deepened, but he still put them next to his feet. Then, Celestine took out a small white plastic bottle and twisted open the cap. There was medicine inside, but there was also cotton inside. Zhang Tan heard from the Jiao Pa that if the medicine was newly bought and there was cotton in the bottle, the cotton should be thrown away as soon as possible after the bottle was opened. The cotton placed in the medicine bottle when it was manufactured could prevent the pills in the bottle from colliding with each other during transportation. It also had the effect of absorbing moisture in the air to prevent the medicine from getting damp. However, if the cotton was not thrown away after the bottle was opened, the cotton would continue to absorb moisture, which would easily cause the medicine to go bad. Zhang Tan wasn't sure if the man who was kicked on the ground knew that he should throw away the cotton to prevent the pills from going bad. However, Zhang Tan felt that the reason why the man put the cotton in the bottle was to prevent the pills from colliding with the bottle due to his body movements during the theft. Looking at the cotton that Celestine took out, if the cotton was originally in the bottle, it was too much. Looking at the half-torn label on the medicine bottle, it was obvious that the medicine had been bought for a while. Moreover, not all medicine needed cotton, so Zhang Tan was more convinced of his guess. Celestine looked at the medicine in the bottle and patted the man with the knife. It seems that you have used it many times. You have gained a lot, haven't you? I don't understand. What are you talking about? The man explained with some difficulty. That is, my own motion sickness medicine. Do you think my brain is full of leaks? Celestine stood up and kicked the man again. The man on the ground continued to curl up like a shrimp. Celestine had already noticed Zhang Tan, so he didn't continue to argue with the man on the ground. He poured out 3 pills and forced them to the man. You are welcome to come again next time. Remember to bring more money when you come. This amount of money is not enough. The man who was fed the medicine didn't care about the pain from the kick. He got up and rushed out, not noticing Zhang Tan who was standing next to the stairs. Of course, the stairs were dark, and Zhang Tan was also dark, so it was normal that he didn't notice. In fact, Celestine was also a person with bad morals. This was Zhang Tan's understanding since he met Celestine. Celestine could have sent the thief to the police station or directly called the police, but Celestine was a person who did things based on his mood. This time, he probably didn't bother with the thief because it was too much of a waste of his time. This time the thief was lucky. When Zhang Tan entered the room, Celestine was sitting on the edge of the bed, putting the 1,000 yuan that he had just extorted into his wallet. The white plastic bottle was on the bedside table, and next to the medicine bottle was a glass of orange juice. Seeing Zhang Tan looking at the bottle, Celestine waved his hand, and Zhang Tan jumped to the chair next to him. Celestine felt that he was still too far away, so he dragged the chair to the bedside table. Zhang Tan squatted on the chair and let him drag the chair. He was too lazy to jump down. Did you see it just now? Without looking at Zhang Tan's reaction, Celestine pointed at the white bottle and continued, This thing is indeed a motion sickness medicine, but that guy also used it to commit crimes. Celestine pointed at the remaining label on the bottle, which said, 1 pill at a time. There was only a little bit of the medicine's name on it, and Zhang Tan didn't know what it was. Most motion sickness medicine will make you feel sleepy after taking it, but if you take too much, you will have adverse reactions such as drowsiness, headaches, and disorientation. You may even have hallucinations, mental disorders, and other mental symptoms. Nowadays people are smart. If you buy sleeping pills, the pharmacy will pay special attention to you, but there are many people who buy motion sickness medicine, so no one will pay extra attention to you. If you buy motion sickness medicine, even if you are caught, you can deny that you've drugged yourself. Sometimes, motion sickness medicine can also be a big killer. After a pause, Celestine got up and poured the glass of orange juice away. This was where the pills were. You should be more careful in the future. Be careful with things given to you by strangers. Celestine also told Zhang Tan about the drugs that he should pay attention to, or some words that he should pay attention to, such as barbiturates and hyoscyamine. Drugs can save people, but they can also kill people. If a person overdosed on drugs, there would be problems, let alone a cat. Celestine casually bought some food and left with Zhang Tan. When they went downstairs, Zhang Tan paid special attention. The apple core that Celestine threw away was in a plastic trash can. Coincidence? Or was Celestine's aim good to begin with? Celestine bought a new motorcycle. When he wasn't using it, he parked it in the garage of his family's compound. After all, the place where he lived was too chaotic, so it was safer to park it in the compound. The guard uncle knew Celestine, so he could help keep an eye on it. Not long after Zhang Tan and Celestine returned to the Zhao family, Zhao Yuan and Gu Yuzi came back. Auntie Ling had sent them over. When Auntie Ling greeted Celestine, Chu Xiangyang opened the door and the 3 of them started chatting. Auntie Ling had seen Celestine once before, so she had some impression of him. However, this was Chu Xiangyang's first time seeing Celestine. "With you here, we don't have to worry," Chu Xiangyang said. "Xiao Chu, your door was scratched by a cat's claws, right?" Auntie Ling asked. "Of course. I don't even know when it was scratched. Is black charcoal venting his anger on my door? Those scratches are really deep. I didn't expect black charcoal's claws to be so sharp." Chu Xiangyang sighed. "Of course. If a worker wants to do a good job, he must first sharpen his claws. As a cat, you must have the awareness of being a cat. If your claws aren't sharp, how can you do things?" After saying that, Celestine turned his head and looked at Zhang Tan, who was lying on the sofa. "Am I right?" Zhang Tan pulled his ears and ignored them. "You'll change the door when the time comes? Buy a steel one next time." Auntie Ling joked. "I won't change the door. With a cat's claw mark, those rats won't dare to come, right? I'll just put it here to scare the rats." At night, Celestine boiled the bathwater. After the two children finished bathing and lay on the bed, he went to the Jiaopa's desk and sat down. He looked through the documents he brought over and used the Jiaopa's computer to do some research. These were all approved by the Jiaopa, so the Jiao Yuan and the rest didn't say anything. However, Celestine closed the door, so Zheng Tan didn't know what he was looking at. Chapter 28. Celestine woke up at 6 o'clock in the morning. He boiled a pot of hot water and placed it there so that the two children could wash their faces with the warm water. Celestine did not grow up in Chuhua, but because some of his friends were in Chuhua, he came to Chuhua to develop his career after he retired from the army. After living here for a while, Celestine's impression of Chuhua was the weather. In Celestine's words, "This weather is sick and needs to be treated." The temperature in Chuhua always made people feel bad. The temperature yesterday was close to 30 degrees, but today it could suddenly drop to 10 degrees. Perhaps it was because the temperature did not drop steadily, but there was still a lot of green in the school. Of course, there were also dead leaves, but among the green and brown beside the road, people would always notice the green first. Perhaps it was because green made people feel better. Celestine did not sleep the whole night. He looked for information until very late. Just as he was about to take a nap, the Jiaopa called Celestine to tell him that the temperature was dropping and asked him to help take care of the two children. After the phone call, Celestine did not feel sleepy. He played spider cards out of boredom. He played from the intermediate 2 sets of cards to the advanced 4 sets of cards. After that, he started to sweep the mines. He kept clearing the records until dawn. Although he did not sleep the whole night, Celestine was still energetic in the morning. It was still early, so he planned to go for a run and bring breakfast for the two children on the way back. In order to prevent the two children from being suspicious when they woke up, Celestine wrote a note and placed it at an eye-catching place on the dining table. He was about to leave when he stopped and looked at Zhang Tan, who was sleeping on the sofa. Ever since he scratched the thief that day, Zhang Tan always felt that there was a bloody smell on his claws. He was afraid that it would affect the children. He heard that the smell of blood would stimulate the children and make them more likely to have nightmares, so Zheng Tan did not sleep on Gu Yuzi's bed. However, Gu Yuzi took out her furry cloak and gave it to Zhang Tan as a blanket. There was a hood on the furry cloak, and 2 cat ears were sewn on the hood as decoration. At this moment, Zhang Tan was curled up in the fur cloak, sleeping soundly like a ball. Zhang Tan had never understood why cats would curl up into a ball and sleep. Wouldn't they be tired of sleeping in that position? But when Zhang Tan turned into a cat, he realized that this sleeping position was quite comfortable for a cat. Sometimes, he would unconsciously curl up into a ball when he fell asleep, just like now. "Black charcoal, go for a run." Celestine, who was standing by the door, shouted in a low voice. There was no movement under the fur cloak. "Black charcoal, get up and run." Celestine said again. He didn't believe that the cat on the sofa couldn't hear him. The tip of his ears that peeked out from the edge of the fur cloak twitched, and then, there was no more then. Celestine was speechless. This little bastard was definitely pretending to be deaf again. "Black charcoal," Celestine said for the 3rd time, with a hint of warning. Zhang Tan still didn't move, but it was a little better than before. Zhang Tan snorted through his nose, indicating that he heard it. "If there's nothing else, you can go away. Black charcoal. Get up," Celestine said for the 4th time. This time, Zhang Tan finally moved. He stretched his body and revealed his head from the fur cloak. He squinted his eyes and looked at Celestine. He yawned and waited for 5 seconds. Seeing that Celestine didn't say anything else, he retracted his head and went back to sleep. Black charcoal, get up and run. Celestine said almost word by word. This time, Zhang Tan finally made a big move. He kicked off the fur cloak, stretched his body, and shook his fur. Celestine was speechless. He didn't know that he had to call a cat 5 times to wake it up. Are you going to step on the breast on the sofa or pee in the bathroom? Celestine gritted his teeth. Zhang Tan pulled his ears. He wouldn't do things like step on breast. If he wanted to step on breast, he would step on big boobs. What was the point of stepping on the sofa? Zhang Tan always felt that as one of the cat's signature moves, stepping on breast, was quite wretched, especially when this wretched technique was inherited from a group of people. This was almost a common characteristic of cats. Stepping on breast wasn't necessary, but it still needed to pee in the morning. Looking at the black cat running to the bathroom, Celestine helplessly looked at the ceiling. How could the Jiaos treat this kind of cat as a treasure? Because of the sudden drop in temperature, Zhang Tan felt a chill as soon as he stepped out of the building, making him shiver. The sun hadn't come out yet, so the campus was still quiet. Other than the sound of things being dragged in the cafeteria, there weren't any other loud noises. However, when Zhang Tan was halfway through his run, the school broadcast rang on time. It started at 6:30 a.m. every day and continued until 7:30 a.m. When he passed by the student dormitory, the school broadcast had already stopped playing the initial song and began to play the radio calisthenics. Starting now, the 8th set of radio calisthenics, step on the spot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. F***CK. Why are you so noisy so early in the morning? A manic voice came from the dormitory facing the loudspeaker. Before the voice died away, a slipper was thrown out from the window of the dormitory and hit the loudspeaker, but it still couldn't stop the sound of the school broadcast. Jumping exercise, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 2, 2, 3, 4. Ah, I'll smash you sooner or later. Just you wait, the day I leave school will be the day you die of old age. Listening to the noise coming from the other side, Zhang Tan suddenly had a feeling of joy. Not everyone could get used to earplugs. Poor people who thought that they could avoid the morning self-study after going to university. They didn't need to go to morning self-study, but there was still this kind of nonsense, and the school broadcast that would sound on time every weekday. Zhang Tan was glad that he lived in the East Courtyard, where the family compound was relatively quiet. He could only hear the broadcast when he walked out of the compound, so he could still sleep in if he wanted to. When he finished running one lap, the school broadcast still didn't play the news from the Central People's radio station, which meant that it wasn't 7 a.m. yet. Zhao Yuan and the others all woke up at 7 a.m. Celestine went to the cafeteria to buy breakfast first, and Zhang Tan waited for him to buy breakfast before walking back to the family compound. When he returned to the compound, he met Old Man Yen who came out to walk his dog. Niu Zhuangzhuang, the guy with big head and small eyes, was wagging his tail vigorously after seeing Zhang Tan. Although Niu Zhuangzhuang fought fiercely, it was quite nice to the other pets in the compound. Huang often licked its fur. Zhang Tan saw that Huang spat out white and brown for a few days ago, so it must be the fur of Niu Zhuangzhuang and Hua Zhanggua. Celestine sometimes practiced Tai Chi with some old men in the morning, so he was quite familiar with some of the old men in the compound, so Old Man Yen also knew Celestine. When he saw Celestine, he even greeted him. "This dog is quite brave," Celestine said as he looked at Niu Zhuangzhuang, who was led by Old Man Yen. When Old Man Yen heard this, the wrinkles on his face deepened. Recently, Old Man Yen especially liked to tell people about the glorious deeds of his Zhuangzhuang. However, Niu Zhuangzhuang didn't have a good attitude toward Celestine. Perhaps it was an animal's innate intuition, so it kept avoiding Celestine. If Celestine stared at it for a long time, it would even bare its teeth at Celestine. Old Man Yen looked at the breakfast Celestine bought and said disapprovingly, "You bought eggs and soy milk? A few days ago, I heard that if you eat eggs and soy milk together, not only will it not increase your protein intake, but it will also affect the normal absorption of protein. I don't remember the specific principle, and I'm not in that field of research. You can ask little Zhao, they should know." After Celestine thanked Old Man Yen, they said goodbye to each other. Old Man Yen still had to take Niu Zhuangzhuang for a walk, and the two children of the Zhao family probably got up as well. The school radio was about to start broadcasting the news from CCTV. On the way home, Zhang Tan was still thinking about what Old Man Yen said. Thinking back, when he was in the Zhao family, he didn't seem to have seen eggs and soy milk together. Even if he did, the eggs were for the Zhao Yuan to prevent him from starving, so he wouldn't eat them immediately. In the end, Celestine still made milk for the two children. Lan Tianzhu and Suan came to ask the Zhao Yuan to go to school together, so Zhang Tan didn't have to go with them to Fu Elementary School. Zhang Tan thought that since Celestine was here for the next 2 days, he should find a way to tell him about the matter as soon as possible. Regardless of whether it would work out or not, at least it would be a confirmation of his idea. When Celestine was in the bathroom, Zhang Tan came to the bedroom and jumped onto the Zhao Pa's desk. There were some books on the desk that the Zhao Pa often used. Zhang Tan's first target was the book, Genetics. The Zhao Pa helped people teach genetics classes, and Zhang Tan had seen all of the Zhao Pa's PowerPoint presentations so far this semester. Every time after the PowerPoint presentation was done, the Zhao Pa would try to teach it himself. Some details would only be noticed when he was teaching. This was the Zhao Pa's habit. Zhang Tan pulled out the book Genetics. What he needed to do now was to find the information he wanted from the Zhao Pa's classes that he hadn't taken yet. Zhang Tan wasn't sure if what the Zhao Pa said at the hospital that day was the content of this book. He was just trying his luck. If he couldn't find the information in this book, he could always find another one. For a cat, turning the pages was not an easy task, but Zhang Tan was already used to it. He would get used to it after a while. When Zhang Tan was turning the pages, his ears would also pay attention to his surroundings. If he heard Celestine come out, Zhang Tan wouldn't turn the pages like this. After all, a cat flipping through a professional book like this would really scare people. Even if Zhang Tan didn't understand these things at all, it would still look unusual to others. Fortunately, Zhang Tan soon found the information he wanted. No wonder the Zhao Pa talked about the development process before birth that day in the hospital. Looking at the time, the Zhao Pa would talk about it in his class next week. The Zhao Pa just read a little more when he was preparing for the class. When Celestine went into the bedroom to get the files, he saw the black cat squatting next to the computer, fiddling with a bookmark. Don't scratch that out. That's your Zhao Pa's record. Because the bookmark had been scratched out by Zhang Tan for a long time, Celestine took the book, Genetics, and opened the page where the bookmark was. He put the bookmark back into the book. Just as Celestine was about to close the book, he caught a glimpse of some words on the page from the corner of his eyes. He immediately stopped. After reading it, he turned another page. After reading the content on the last page, Celestine frowned and read the content several times. In fact, this content was some of the content that the Zhao Pa talked about at the hospital that day. The words on the edge of the page related to the human gender controversy were the notes that the Zhao Pa made when he was preparing for the class. Zhang Tan didn't put the bookmark directly on the page of the content that he wanted. Instead, he put it on the page before the content, which could serve as a cover. Chapter 29. The person Celestine was looking for was the uniformed man that Zhang Tan had met before. He was Celestine's senior. Zhang Tan had heard Wei Lang call the other party Walnut on the phone before. As for this senior's name, Zhang Tan did not know. Zhang Tan had heard that as long as Walnut solved the case, he would be promoted. Walnut could have been promoted last month, but he was too stubborn. Just like what he had said before, if he didn't solve the case, he would be too embarrassed to be promoted. Zhang Tan thought that Walnut's brain had been kicked by a donkey. He had already made his connections and was waiting for a promotion, but this person was still stubborn. Wei Ling called senior brother Walnut a few times, but the other side's phone was turned off. This caused Wei Ling to reveal a worried expression. After thinking for a moment, Wei Ling made another call. However, it wasn't to senior brother Walnut, but to someone else. Some of their words involved code words that only they understood. Zhang Tan didn't understand at all, and wasn't interested in continuing to listen. He had helped as much as he could, and he didn't care about the rest. Let Celestine worry about it. Yawning, Zhang Tan ran back to the living room and jumped onto the sofa to catch up on sleep. Cat slept for a long time, and Zhang Tan usually woke up at the same time as Zhao Yuan and the others. He woke up at 7 o'clock, but today he woke up an hour earlier. If he woke up an hour earlier, he had to make up for it. Otherwise, Zhang Tan would feel like he was at a disadvantage. Maybe this was a type of obsessive-compulsive disorder? Who cares? I'm a cat now. Zhang Tan told himself countless times. What was a cat like? It ate when it was hungry, slept when it was sleepy, played outside, and caused trouble at home. Even though Senior Walnut had turned off his phone, the two of them seemed to have other ways of knowing each other's location. It should be a GPS device or something like that. Wei Ling was now looking for someone to help look for it. 10 minutes later, Celestine already knew the approximate location of Walnut. After making the call, Celestine quickly grabbed his jacket and walked out. Just as he reached the door, he turned back and asked Zhang Tan, "Want to go out and play?" Zhang Tan, who was closing his eyes to cultivate his sleepiness, thought for a moment when he heard this, then immediately got up and ran towards the door. Zhang Tan was very willing to go out. Staying in Tsinghua University's campus and seeing the same scenery every day made him feel that his life was limited. From a psychological point of view, this was not a good phenomenon. As for Zhao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, Zhao Pa had 2 classes in the second half of the morning. After class, he would pick up Zhao Yuan and Gu Yuzi, so there was no need for Zhang Tan. Zhao Ma had recovered a lot in the past 2 days. Her recovery was very good, and her life was not in danger. The stitches could be removed in a week. Zhao Pa knew a student who was doing an internship at the hospital. Last year, he and a teacher from Tsinghua University's medical school worked together on a project. Zhao Pa asked the intern to help take care of Zhao Ma while he was in class. Since he had decided to take the cat out, Celestine called Zhao Pa to inform him. As expected, Zhao Pa did not object. He only told Zhang Tan to be careful and asked Celestine to help take care of Zhao Ma. This time, Celestine was in a hurry, so he used the motorcycle that he often stayed in the family area shed. The motorcycle did not look special. Its appearance was ordinary and not eye-catching. However, Zhang Tan felt that it only looked ordinary. Its performance was definitely good. Celestine had modified it before. At least when it ran, it would not be as bad as Xiaofan's second-hand bike. Zhang Tan came to the front of the motorcycle. He looked at the front of the motorcycle. There was no basket. He looked at the back. There was not even a trunk. Therefore, Zhang Tan jumped onto the motorcycle seat. Zhang Tan stepped on the motorcycle seat. He felt that it was not bad. After Celestine put on the helmet, he looked at the black cat that was already squatting on the motorcycle seat. He looked at his motorcycle and went to the guard room. When he came out, he was carrying a big red travel bag with 2 holes on his back. Luckily, the guard room has a bag. Celestine got on the motorcycle and patted the unzipped travel bag on his back. "Come in." Zhang Tan tugged at her ears and reluctantly jumped into the hole-riddled travel bag. She guessed that the bag had not been used for some time. It still had a musty smell and some of the stains on it had not been washed. When they were in the family area, the speed of the motorcycle was still very slow. However, after they left Tsinghua University, Celestine sped up. Zhang Tan did not know where Celestine was going. Zhang Tan had never been to this route before. The surrounding buildings were unfamiliar to him. Zhang Tan poked his head out of the travel bag and looked at the streets that were quickly passing by. 4 cars. The most troublesome thing in urban areas was that there were more traffic lights. Even if the motorcycle could go very fast, it could not pass those red lights. While they were waiting for the green light, a bus slowly drove over and stopped beside Wei Lang's motorcycle, waiting for the green light. Beside the window on Zhang Tan's side, a person was eating an orange. He opened the window and spat out the seeds. Then, the orange seed drew a parabola in the air and directly hit Zhang Tan's head. Zhang Tan was speechless. F***ck. This kind of person who spits seeds everywhere should be fined until he is not even left with his underwear. F***ck. The guy riding the motorcycle is carrying a cat. And it's a black cat, the person eating the orange said loudly. Where is it? Where is it? It's really a cat. I thought it was a cat doll. Mom, I want to see the cat too. Don't push, it's just a cat. Why are you all pushing? Move, let me see. In this era, mobile phones were not as smart as they would be 10 years later. Therefore, there were not many low-headed people in the bus. For a moment, the people who were bored on the bus looked at Zhang Tan, who was poking his head out of the travel bag. The black cat head in the red travel bag was very eye-catching. Zheng Tan felt like he was a monkey for people to see. The bus driver looked out and continued to stare ahead. He shouted to remind the passengers to be careful. The green light was about to turn green. Unfortunately, many people didn't listen to him. After the green light turned green, the motorcycle rushed out and left the bus further and further behind. However, Zhang Tan saw that when the bus took off, it stopped because a private car overtook it. The person spitting the orange seed out of the bus was only looking out the window. He didn't sit properly and hit his head on the seat in front of him, making a bang sound. Zhang Tan grinned and felt much better. After leaving the city, the traffic lights were not so frequent. Celestine also sped up a lot. There were factories all around. If he kept going forward, he would be close to the third ring road. However, Zhang Tan looked at the signs hanging around. This area was designated as a demolition area. For environmental reasons, the government was preparing to move the surrounding factories. After all, there was a lake nearby. The real estate developers had already started to plan for the empty area by the lake. Celestine rode the motorcycle to the side door of a factory. He parked the motorcycle and looked around. He took out his phone and looked for someone. The factory in front of him used to be a food processing factory. It had just been moved away, so it was a lot quieter. Only some pictures on the surrounding walls told people what it used to do here. Celestine still couldn't get through to his senior brother's phone. However, he was now sure that the person was in the factory. The factory's doors were all closed, so he could only climb over the wall to get in. Follow behind me. If anyone comes near, let me know. Of course, you can help me cover up at the appropriate time. Forget it. You probably don't understand. After saying that, Celestine jumped over the outer wall. His movements were very light and looked very relaxed. Zheng Tan also jumped over the wall and looked inside. He followed Celestine purely out of curiosity and excitement. Besides, he didn't need to hide his whereabouts as much as Celestine did. After all, Zheng Tan was now a cat. People didn't have to be so wary of cats. Besides, there were many domestic and wild cats around. Zheng Tan saw a few when he was on the motorcycle. Therefore, a black cat coming into the factory was nothing new. When Zheng Tan came out of the Zhao family, he had already taken off the tag and keys around his neck. Therefore, no one could see anything special about Zheng Tan. Even if someone saw him, they would only exclaim, "This cat is really strong." They wouldn't think that someone suspicious was approaching. The factory was empty. It looked very bleak. There were broken bricks and tiles on the ground, discolored advertising paper, and some processing waste. The surrounding air was still filled with the smell of auxiliary materials and additives. Zheng Tan was not far behind Celestine. His ears perked up and caught some slight sounds. They belonged to a person, like the moaning of someone being beaten down. However, they didn't belong to Walnut. There were at least 3 people behind the wall 50 meters to the east. Zheng Tan heard their conversation. From their whispers, Zheng Tan understood that they were waiting for the person in the warehouse to come out and attack. Zheng Tan looked at the warehouse not far in front of him. There were relatively few windows, and the doors and windows were tightly shut. If they wanted to go in, they would probably make a lot of noise. That senior brother Walnut is inside? However, the moaning of someone being beaten down did come from inside. The people hiding behind the wall didn't notice Celestine's presence. Perhaps they didn't care about that at all. Their attention was focused on the warehouse door. At the same time, Celestine was too well hidden. Even if Celestine moved quickly, it was difficult to detect him. When Celestine was hiding in the shadows, thinking about how to deal with the people behind the wall first and then find a way to enter the warehouse, Zhang Tan's gaze landed on an exhaust fan in the warehouse. There was no barbed wire outside the exhaust fan, but the gap between the blades of the exhaust fan was just enough for Zhang Tan to enter. Chapter 30. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan decided to walk towards the warehouse. Celestine looked at the black cat running towards the warehouse. He calmed himself down and prepared to deal with the people behind the wall first. If the cat went over, the senior would probably notice. Zhang Tan looked at the exhaust fan that was not blocked by barbed wire. It was a bit high and he couldn't jump up immediately. So he climbed up a bit using some scraps of wood placed against the wall and jumped to the exhaust fan vent. Looking through the gap between the fan blades, there was nothing but some discarded items. The room with the exhaust fan was not big. Zhang Tan went in and looked around. The door was blocked by some scraps of wood and a few big boxes of bottles that had fallen down. Otherwise, someone would definitely come in and take these bottles out to sell for money. He didn't see any bugs or the like. Maybe it was because of some of the auxiliary drugs that were scattered here. Although the door was blocked, there was a gap in the wall next to it. It was probably drilled when the electrical appliances were installed. It wasn't big. Zhang Tan tried to squeeze through. It was a bit difficult, but he still managed to squeeze through. The cat's bones were amazing. It could achieve the same effect without yoga. It was just that its body was covered in dust. After leaving the small room, Zhang Tan shook the dust off his body and looked around. This was where the warehouse used to store goods. Now that the factory had moved, there were no goods inside. It was full of discarded items. The light was dim, and a few rotten wooden beams were lying there. It looked very messy. The wooden beams didn't belong to this warehouse. They should have been dragged from the collapsed small warehouses around. His vision was blocked by the discarded items. His sense of smell was also affected by the pungent auxiliary drugs. Zhang Tan could only rely on his hearing to find the person. Following the direction of the sound, Zhang Tan walked through the gap between the items. If it was a person, it wouldn't be so convenient. Zhang Tan was relying on his body to walk faster. The warehouse was a bit big. Zhang Tan walked for a while before he got close to the source of the sound. The area had been cleared out, and there were 3 people lying on the ground. Celestine's senior brother, Walnut, was using hemp ropes to tie the hands and feet of the 3 people lying on the ground. Their mouths were stuffed with some packaging, so they couldn't scream. They could only make muffled sounds. Senior Walnut wasn't wearing his police uniform today, probably to make it easier for him to move around. There was a woman standing next to senior brother Walnut. She looked like a well-behaved person. She wore a pair of red plate glasses and a jacket that accentuated her figure. If Celestine suspected this woman, Zhang Tan found it hard to associate this girl, who looked like an ordinary college student, with the murderer who had killed several people. However, one couldn't judge a person by their appearance. Just like the 2 thieves caught before, they might look well-behaved, but they weren't necessarily innocent. Zhang Tan didn't show himself immediately. Instead, he hid behind the old wooden plank and observed the situation. His attention was focused on the woman. Senior brother Walnut was obviously on guard against the girl and didn't have his back facing her. After Zhang Tan saw senior brother Walnut tie up the 3 people on the ground, he took out his phone. No signal. Senior brother Walnut frowned and looked around. He walked around with his phone, but there was still no signal. He decided to go out and make a call. After taking 2 steps, he turned around and said to the girl who was still standing in the same place, "Follow me." The girl didn't say anything and followed him obediently. However, she kept a distance of 1 to 2 meters from senior brother Walnut. This was also what some psychologists considered a safe distance between people. Senior brother Walnut wasn't the only one who was on guard against her. She was also on guard against him. Zhang Tan followed quietly. He shuttled through the waste. Not only did he have to be silent, but he also had to maintain his speed. He walked and stopped. Every time he stopped, he would plan the route he would take. He would also take advantage of this short interval to pay attention to the surrounding situation. Therefore, every time he stopped, he moved very quickly. It was like when a cat owner was playing with his cat. Just a moment ago, he found his cat standing 7 to 8 meters away. In the blink of an eye, his cat was already 5 to 6 meters away. Zhang Tan didn't know that his current actions were similar to the actions of a sheriff before he caught his prey. He followed silently and waited for the right opportunity. There was less waste in the direction of the door. Perhaps it was because the first 3 people to enter had already cleared the way, so senior brother Walnut didn't have to expend too much effort. From time to time, he only had to lift some of the obstructions in the corridor and use this opportunity to observe the girl behind him. Just as senior brother Walnut lifted a wooden plank in front of him and lifted his foot to walk forward, Zhang Tan saw the girl, who looked like an ordinary college student, take out a tube from her sleeve and point it at senior brother Walnut. Zhang Tan's intuition told him that the tube was dangerous. Now was the time. Zhang Tan, who had been paying attention to the girl all this time, kicked off his legs and rushed over. The girl, who was holding the needle and preparing to attack, had a cold glint in her eyes. However, this gaze was greatly weakened by her glasses. Just as she thought she was about to succeed, she suddenly felt a strong impact on her chest. She couldn't stand steadily and fell to the side. The needle in her hand also deviated from its course. Before she could react, Senior Brother Walnut, who was walking in front of her, had already made his move. He twisted her arm and pressed her against a thick wooden beam to the side with a bang. Because the girl's arm was twisted and she was forcefully pushed against the beam, the glasses she was wearing fell off. After his successful attack, Zhang Tan was stunned on the wooden plank to the side. He moved his hand and thought, that person's chest isn't very big. The feeling isn't good. Senior Brother Walnut took out a hemp rope. When he was looking for hemp rope earlier, he had found a few extra for backup. He didn't expect to use them so quickly. I've been guarding against you all this time. You only revealed your killer move now. Senior Brother Walnut looked at the needle that had been nailed to the abandoned wooden plank to the side, and then looked at the needle tube that had fallen to the ground. The piston rod had been modified, and the front of the needle tube was different from a normal needle tube. When the piston rod was pushed inward, the instantaneous high pressure would push the needle out. There was a drug inside the needle, probably something like a rapid anesthetic. You're done so quickly? Celestine, who had just jumped in through the window, said. Zhang Tan looked in the direction of the voice. Behind Celestine was a large window. However, he remembered that the large window was tightly shut. It might even have been locked. Moreover, it was 5 meters above the ground. How did Celestine get in so quietly? Senior Brother Walnut wasn't too surprised by Wei Lang's reaction. Just now it was all thanks to this black cat that helped me. Otherwise, I really would have been hit by that needle. I didn't expect this woman to have such a killer move. Celestine looked at the person who was still calm after being subdued. That's why I said there was something wrong with this woman. You didn't believe that she was the killer. You can test her DNA. It will definitely be the same as the DNA of the previous criminals. Shouldn't it be a man? She's a transsexual? That can't be. I've checked her information. It's her. Her body is a little special. If you want to know more, you can ask those geneticists or geneticists. With Celestine around, Zhang Tan didn't do anything else. He went through the gaps of the trash and jumped onto the window that Celestine had jumped in through. Opposite the window, there was an abandoned telephone pole. Other than that, there was nothing else that he could use as leverage. Zhang Tan didn't think that he could use a telephone pole that was still some distance away to jump out like Celestine. So, he went back along the path and exited through the exhaust fan. There were 4 people tied up outside. All 4 of them had fainted. This was Celestine's masterpiece. Zhang Tan looked around. Using a tree, he climbed into a 5-story building. The bottom 2 floors were probably used for office use. There wasn't much waste and trash. There were some incomplete records stuck on the wall. The top 3 floors were the staff dormitory. There were some simple flower pots made from beverage bottles by the windowsill. Dead cacti lay in the dry soil. Zhang Tan didn't look at those and went straight to the top of the small building. Looking around from here, he could see more than half of the factory. He could also see the other 2 factories adjacent to this factory. One of the 2 factories had been moved away long ago, just like this one. It was quiet and full of waste, while the other factory was more lively. 2 minutes after Zhang Tan came out, Celestine and his senior opened the door of the warehouse and brought out the people inside. The 3 parties looked at each other. One party was the people who had been dealing drugs in the abandoned warehouse, the other party was the woman, and the last third party was the person Wei Ling had taken care of, who had been waiting outside to take advantage of the situation. I heard that in the early years, the International Olympic Committee also checked the chromosomes of all female athletes. It is said that athletes with Y chromosomes have more advantages than ordinary female athletes in competitions. This prisoner is probably in such a situation. Senior, you are so lucky to encounter such a low probability case. The 2 senior and junior who were guarding the prisoner sat there and chatted with cigarettes in their mouths. They had already called and someone would come to pick them up soon, so they just had to wait here. Listening to Celestine's teasing, He Tao smiled bitterly and shook his head. F***CK. By the way, why did you bring that cat with you? Master said that cats bring good luck. When you are hesitant or don't know where to start, bringing a cat will have unexpected results. So I brought it with me, Celestine replied. He Tao curled his lips. He still couldn't accept his master's words. However, this time the cat did help him. I owe that cat a favor. It's so King uncomfortable. It's okay. It's not the first time you owe a cat a favor. You have experience in how to repay it. F***CK. After a moment of silence, He Tao asked again, Didn't you say last week that you have plans for a job? Where do you plan to go? What kind of job? Security. I cough. He Tao was so excited that he choked on a mouthful of smoke. He almost coughed out his lungs. You didn't go to the police station or the company, but you went to work as a security guard? What's wrong with your brain? He Tao, who had recovered, almost roared. This is my decision after careful consideration. Did you hit your head on tofu before careful consideration? I'm sober. Also, I already told Master. What did Master say? Master said, Oh. But after he said that, I heard the sound of a table being smashed on the other end of the phone. He smashed the table with his bare hands again. The emphasis was on the word, again. Judging from the sound, he definitely needs to get a new one. This is the 7th one this year. Even if I buy him a stronger alloy table, he still won't be happy. Of course he won't be happy. He likes to smash the table with his bare hands when he's angry. If he's angry, he has to vent it out. It's better than keeping it in. Anyway, Mao prepared a warehouse full of wooden tables for him. It's enough for a few years. Right, is there any news about Mao? He Tao asked. No. While the two brothers were chatting, Zhang Tan was looking at the situation of the carbonated beverage factory next door. The factory had just started to move. At this moment, large trucks were leaving the factory one after another. Zhang Tan's attention was attracted by a truck that was being loaded. The workers were moving glass bottles of soda onto the truck. Just as they were moving, a few police cars drove over. One of the workers looked over and said a few words to guess the reason for the police car's arrival. He didn't notice that a round bottle cap rolled over under his foot. He twisted his leg and the box of soda fell out of his hand. The impact of the sudden smash of the soda bottles that were being moved around was extraordinary. Zhang Tan looked over there. After a bang, the worker closest to him had his clothes torn by the flying glass shards. The exposed wrists and face of his work uniform were scratched. The injured worker was pulled in to treat his wounds. Only then did Zhang Tan's attention return to the factory. The people in the police car had already walked in and were talking to Celestine and his senior. Looking at Celestine's condition, it seemed that he wouldn't be leaving for a while. Chapter 31. After finishing his cigarette, He Tao ordered his subordinates to take care of the rest of the work. He Tao lit up another cigarette and sat down next to Celestine. He felt a lot more relaxed after finishing the case. Previously, he had been controlling the amount of cigarettes he smoked to make it easier to move around. But now, he didn't care anymore. Where are you going to be a security guard? Residential area? Enterprise? Factory? He Tao asked. Enterprise or factory? It depends on the situation. After all, the factory hasn't been opened yet, Celestine answered. Whose factory? Black Charcoal's father and a friend opened it together. I'm also involved, but my knowledge is limited. I can't understand their advanced knowledge, so I invested a portion of my money. As for a job like security, it's more suitable for me. When the time comes, I'll find retired comrades to work with me. He Tao was silent for a while. He held the lighter and pointed at the black cat squatting at the top of the warehouse. Its father? Yes. Celestine flicked the cigarette butt. The people in the residential area call it that. Dog daddy, cat daddy, and so on. Tisk, when did the status of pets become so high? When people are disappointed, the status of pets increases. I heard a while ago that the more people you know, the cuter you find pets to be. This perception is too one-sided and extreme. At least, I don't think those pets are cute, such as that one. Celestine turned his head and nodded in the direction of Zhang Tan. It has a bad temper. You can't control it. He Tao clicked his tongue. He was about to make fun of it, but he remembered that he owed the cat a favor, so he swallowed his words. He changed the topic and said, "Oh right, tell your friend to behave himself. The higher-ups are going to crack down on him." Even if you didn't mention it, I would have told him. It's indeed not peaceful recently. It's time to do something about it. The police had already tidied up everything. He Tao didn't say anything more. He patted Celestine's shoulder. If you need help, just let me know. If the factory is ready, I'll go and take a look. Celestine waved his hand to show that he understood. Senior, don't just focus on climbing up. Your skills have deteriorated. If it weren't for that cat, you would definitely be at a disadvantage this time. He Tao smiled. The few of you are all troublesome. In Chuhua City, if I don't climb to the top, how can I protect you? So that you don't have to put on a smiling face and owe others favors. Looking at He Tao walking away, Celestine took a deep puff of his cigarette, threw it on the ground, and stamped it out. He shouted toward Zheng Tan, "Black charcoal, let's go back." Zheng Tan got up and stretched. He looked around and then looked at the real estate billboard not far away. He shook his fur and went downstairs to go home. On the way back to Chuhua City, Celestine didn't drive very fast this time. He slowed down. Sometimes, he even took a detour, as if he was relaxing. It was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon when he arrived at the East Family Courtyard of Chuhua University. Zhang Tan took a shower after he arrived at the East Family Courtyard. He asked Celestine to boil water for him. Celestine also took a shower with the leftover water. Because he had to go to the hospital to see a patient later and went out in the morning, he was dirty. It wasn't good to go to the hospital like this. His image was secondary, but he was afraid that he would bring too many germs in. Even if it wasn't a sterile room, it was better to clean himself up before going to a ward. When Zhang Tan was brought to the hospital, there was a burst of light laughter coming from Jiao Ma's ward. It was Jiao Ma's laughter, and the medical intern called Li Xiaoqian, who was helping to take care of Jiao Ma. Hearing the laughter, Zhang Tan pulled his ear. Jiao Yuan and the others were in class at this time. What could make Jiao Ma laugh like this? Zhang Tan's doubts were answered when he opened the door and saw the situation on the hospital bed. Jiao Ma was lying on the hospital bed. There was a blue figure beside Jiao Ma's uninjured hand, rolling around. After rolling around, it lay on its back and spread its wings to let people scratch it. Zhang Tan was speechless. How did this guy come back from his business trip so soon? Next to the ward, the owner of General Professor Tan was talking to Jiao Pa. Professor Tan, who was about the same age as Jiao Pa, said proudly, "This time, when I went to the National Nature Reserve in the south, I met a blue and purple macaw that looked like General. It was raised by a professor who studied ecology. His blue and purple macaw was quite smart, but its pronunciation was not as accurate as General. They even had a singing competition. In the end, the blue and purple macaw's singing talent was not good. It couldn't hit the high notes, and couldn't hit the low notes. The low notes sounded like burps, and the high notes sounded like slaughtered chickens." The people in the ward heard Professor Tan's words and laughed again. General, who was lying on its back next to Jiao Ma, heard Professor Tan talking about its great achievements. It turned around and raised its head saying, "General is mighty, General is mighty." "General, sing another song," Li Xiaoqian said. General tilted its head, as if it was thinking about what song to sing. 5 seconds later. "Sweet honey, your smile is so sweet, like a flower blooming in the spring breeze, blooming in the spring breeze." As it sang, it kept swaying its head. Zheng Tan despised it for being so shameless. Zhang Tan did not care about generals showing off. He jumped onto Jiao Ma's bed and pushed the parrot next to Jiao Ma to the side. Seeing Zheng Tan jump onto the bed, Jiao Ma tucked him in so that Zhang Tan could squat more comfortably. Stepping on the soft and warm bedding, Zhang Tan felt a lot better. As General sang, it moved closer to Zhang Tan. When it finished singing the last word, it did not close its mouth. Instead, it turned sideways to Zhang Tan, and was about to bite Zhang Tan's cat ears. Zhang Tan's palms on the mattress moved, and his ears turned into the shape of an airplane. He squinted at the parrot next to him with a threatening look. "You dare to bite my ears? I'll slap you to death." Maybe it was because it had not seen any cats during its business trip, and the parrot was itching to bite the cat's ears. Being stared at by Zhang Tan's threatening eyes, General paused, then turned its neck to the other side, and did not look at Zhang Tan anymore. The people in the ward could not help but laugh when they saw the cat and the parrot's actions. Li Xiaoqian looked at the time and went out to work. She would come back later to help Jiao Ma change the bandages. Celestine stayed for a while and also left. Zhang Tan reclined next to the Jiao Ma. The Jiao Ma's injured arm was the other arm, so lying on this side would not touch the wound. Zhang Tan was also careful not to touch the other parts of the Jiao Ma's body. Professor Tan and the Jiao Pa were talking about some of the bigger engineering projects that the university had applied for recently. General was bored and grabbed the plastic medicine bottle on the bedside table to practice opening and closing the bottle cap. Sometimes, when General accidentally approached the Jiao Ma's wound, Zhang Tan would whip it with its tail or claws. The room was indeed much warmer than outside, and Zhang Tan was a little sleepy. A knock on the door woke Zhang Tan up. Recently, the person in charge of the Jiao Ma was Li Xiaoqian. Occasionally, a few doctors would come by to take a look. Other than the doctors, Li Xiaoqian and the others knew about Zhang Tan's existence. They knew that the Jiao family often brought their cats here, so they did not say anything. However, if it was an outsider, Zhang Tan would be better off staying away. General had already flown to Professor Tan's shoulder with a medicine bottle in its mouth. Zhang Tan jumped off the bed and went into the bag next to the Jiao Pa. The person who entered the room was a woman in her 30s. She was dressed in a formal manner and did not look serious. She looked friendly and dignified, but this dignified aura was far from that of Lord Zheng. When the Jiao Pa saw this person, he quickly stood up. "Ms. Yang, why are you here?" This person was the Jiao Yuan's homeroom teacher. She taught the Jiao Yuan's language. Zhang Tan had seen her a few times, but he did not pay much attention to her. "I heard that Ms. Gu was sick today, so I came to take a look." Ms. Yang put down the fruit she had bought. Ms. Yang did not live in Tsinghua University's residential area. She had a house outside and had to leave early today. This morning, she heard that the Jiao Yuan's mother was hospitalized. This time, she brought her mother to the hospital for a checkup and came to visit. Oh right, the school had a power outage today. In this weather, the lights in the classroom are dark at 4 o'clock. The students can't look at the blackboard, so the school ended one class early. I saw the Jiao Yuan's group and a few other students at the fruit shop below the hospital. They came to visit Ms. Gu together. I promised them that I would keep it a secret. Ms. Gu, Professor Zhao, please don't tell them that I was the one who told them, Ms. Yang joked. Zhang Tan. Poor kids. They were betrayed in the blink of an eye, and the person who betrayed them was their respected homeroom teacher. Because she still had something to do, Ms. Yang left after a while. In less than 5 minutes, Zhang Tan heard the sound of children's footsteps outside. The door opened slightly, and the Jiao Yuan poked his head in. After looking around the room, he said, "My classmate heard that Mom was hospitalized, so he came to visit." "Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and let your classmate in." The Jiao Pa pretended to be surprised and stood up to welcome him. The room was not big, so the Jiao Pa and Professor Tan walked out and let the children in. Zhang Tan peeked through the gap in the bag. Other than Lan Tianzhu, Xiong, and Suen, who he often saw, there was also a girl. Who is this child?" The Jiao Ma looked at the only girl in the room. Although the Jiao Ma did not know all the children in Jiao Yuan's class, she still had an impression of some of them. However, the Jiao Ma thought about the girl standing in front of her, and was sure that she had never seen her before. "She is a new student in our class. Her name is Litmus." The Jiao Yuan emphasized the name Litmus when he introduced the girl. No wonder I don't remember her. She is a new transfer student, the Jiao Ma said. "Her name is Litmus." The Jiao Yuan emphasized again. "I know her name is Litmus." The Jiao Ma was confused by the Jiao Yuan's repeated emphasis on the girl's name. However, the Jiao Pa and Professor Tan who were standing at the door smiled knowingly. They already understood the Jiao Yuan's meaning. The Jiao Yuan was helpless when he saw that the Jiao Ma still did not understand. He pointed at Suen, whose face was red and the tips of her ears were almost filled with blood. Then he pointed at Litmus, who was glaring at him. "Do you understand now?" "Jiao Yuan," Litmus shouted. "What are you afraid of? Everyone will find out sooner or later. Didn't you say that your family will be moving to the East family compound in 2 days? The Jiao Yuan did not care about Litmus's glare at all. The Jiao Ma finally understood the meaning of the words after the Jiao Yuan's reminder. She looked at Suen, whose face was red and did not know what to do. Then, she looked at Litmus, who was staring at Xiong and the others who were secretly laughing. Jiao Ma smiled and shook her head. This was really a coincidence. The only people who did not understand were General, who was standing on Professor Tan's shoulder, and Zhang Tan, who was curled up in the bag. It was not until the Jiao Yuan mentioned the things that happened to litmus that Zhang Tan finally understood what these brats meant. Litmus was an organic acid in chemistry. It was used as an acid-base indicator in chemistry. It would turn red when exposed to acids and blue when exposed to alkalis. It was a common sight in high school textbooks. On the day that the little girl named Litmus transferred to another school, Suan did not go to school because she had diarrhea. She only went to school in the afternoon. After class, Lan Tianzhu, Jiao Yuan, and the others asked Suan, who was sprawled on the table weakly, "Do you know litmus?" Suan looked up. "Yes, I do. It's an indicator." At that time, Litmus was standing behind Suan. She did not look too good. She hated it when people called her an indicator. Since then, Suan would blush every time she saw Litmus. Because of this, she was often laughed at by the Jiao Yuan and the others. The pinyin of Suan's name was the pronunciation of acid. This was really quite a coincidence. While the brats were joking around, the Jiao Pa's phone rang. Professor Tan left with General. When they left, General flew out of the window and waited for Professor Tan downstairs. It was not good for it to leave from inside the hospital. Before the Jiao Pa went out to answer the phone, he thought about it and went back to take out the bag that Zhang Tan was in. The brats did not keep their mouths shut. Besides, there was a newcomer named Litmus. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, he took out the bag. Walking quickly to the end of the corridor outside the ward, the Jiao Pa answered the phone. Zhang Tan stayed in the bag and listened to the Jiao Pa's phone call. The person who called was Zhang Tan's university classmate who was called Yuan Zi by the Jiao Pa. They were talking about starting a company. After the call, the Jiao Pa said to Zhang Tan in the bag, "Black charcoal, I've put in the 30,000 yuan from the commercial in your card. Treat it as an investment. I'll give you dividends when the time comes." Zhang Tan earned more and more from shooting commercials with Xiao Gua. Originally, he went once a month, but Xiao Gua saw that the results were good, so he changed it to once every 2 weeks. Moreover, the remuneration was increasing. Zhang Tan did not know how good the results were. Anyway, every time he went, Xiao Gua would look at him as if he had seen the god of fortune. Anyway, Zhang Tan felt that he did not need the money now. Some time ago, he heard from Xiao Gua that he could try other commercials. The salary would definitely not be low. If the Jiao Pa lost money, he could earn it back. Chapter 32. Yuan Zi, Jiao Pa's college classmate, was actually Yuan Zi. In addition to Jiao Pa and Celestine, another college classmate of Jiao Pa's who worked in Chuhua named Fei Hang also invested in the project. After old master Yuan passed away, Yuan Zi officially started his own business. Recently, Yuan Zi had been working abroad, and a lot of precision equipment had to be made overseas. Yuan Zi went over to learn from him. Although old master Yuan was no longer around, his connections made it easier for young people like him who had just started out in the industry. Zhang Tan didn't know much about the industry, but he knew that precision equipment was sold in the tens of thousands in US dollars, not RMB. Zhang Tan didn't go to the laboratory often. Every time he did, he would take a quick glance and see that the equipment inside was all in English. Even if there was Chinese, it was just some remarks or the owner's name. Zhang Tan had heard that the Institute of Biological Sciences had invested another 2 million RMB in the equipment. However, when he went to look for Jiao Pa yesterday, Zhang Tan squatted outside and looked around. He didn't feel much change. It was no wonder that Jiao Pa said that he didn't have enough money. The project fund that he applied for couldn't be used. The money that he used was accumulated over the years, but it didn't exceed 2 million. It really wasn't enough to buy a lot of precision equipment. On this day, Jiao Pa received a call and told Zhang Tan that Xiao Gua had an urgent job. Xiao Gua's job was to shoot commercials. Zhang Tan didn't care. The last few jobs were mostly storyboards and videos, so it wasn't difficult for Zhang Tan. However, since it was an urgent job, the price had to be negotiated. Father Jiao was the one who negotiated the price. Zhang Tan only needed to do a little bit of work. He just needed to go over and strike a few poses. On the afternoon of the phone call, Xiao Gua came to the hospital with some tonics. After visiting Jiao Ma, Xiao Gua and Jiao Pa went to the corridor to discuss the advertisement. Zhang Tan was still squatting in the bag and being carried by Jiao Pa. Cat food for kittens? Jiao Pa was puzzled. Yes, This time, my brother has a client whose mother cat gave birth to 5 kittens. The mother cat was injured when she went out to play, so she's been receiving treatment at my brother's place. The kittens are 6 weeks old and have already weaned. The client said that he would give the kittens away in 2 days and keep one for himself. I took a look, and the 5 kittens are very healthy and beautiful. They have the bloodline of Siberian forest cats, so I want to take this opportunity to shoot an advertisement for kittens, Xiaogua explained. Xiaogua's brother was a veterinarian. Before the pet center was built, his brother's pet hospital and Xiaogua's pet supply store were separated. Now that they were merged, it was a one-stop service. Therefore, he knew that his brother had some customers. Xiaogua originally didn't want to shoot a cat food advertisement for kittens so soon. After all, it wasn't as easy to shoot a kitten advertisement as an adult cat food advertisement. The kittens weren't trained, so they wouldn't cooperate with you. Cat food for kittens? What do you want black charcoal to do? Zhao Pa was puzzled. I want to let the mother cat and the kittens work together. After all, if there are only kittens, the kittens won't be obedient. If there's a mother cat, she can control the kittens. Although it's difficult, it's better than just having the kittens. What do you mean? Zhao Pa still didn't understand. First of all, his cat was a male cat. It was said that wild male cats would kill kittens, and some domestic cats would do the same. It wasn't safe for kittens. Second, Xiaogua had a few cats in his store, and they were all gentle and kind. They were also famous breeds, so it was better than his bad-tempered native cat. What I mean is, let black charcoal try it first and see how it goes. Yesterday, a few cats in our store tried it, and they didn't meet my requirements. That's why I want black charcoal. After listening to Xiaogua's explanation, Zhao Pa nodded and didn't ask any more questions. They started to talk about the price. While the Zhao Pa and Xiaogua were talking about the price, Zhang Tan, who was squatting in the bag, was not in a good mood. Except for the 2 children in the Zhao family, he didn't like children, let alone kittens. It was so annoying. After the Zhao Pa and Xiaogua finished talking, Xiaogua left. He was going to pick up Zhang Tan at the family compound the next morning. If Zhang Tan could take the job, the price would be the same as what the Zhao Pa had agreed on. The kitten food in Xiaogua's store was more expensive, but the quality was guaranteed. As long as they could sell it, they would make a lot of money. That was why the price was higher than the previous times. Hearing the Zhao Pa's price, Zhang Tan decided to bear with it. It was just a few hours of shooting an advertisement. Black charcoal. I remember all the money you put in your card. Who knows when you will become a major shareholder. Also, don't let yourself be bullied when shooting an advertisement. You are there to shoot an advertisement, not to be bullied. It's okay if you don't do it. Zhang Tan hummed to show that he understood. The Zhao Pa's first sentence was obviously a joke, so Zhang Tan didn't take it seriously. The second sentence was also what Zhang Tan thought, so he didn't feel pressured. Anyway, he would still sleep when it was time to sleep and eat when it was time to eat. The next morning, Zhang Tan didn't go for a run. Instead, he squatted on the tall sycamore tree in the family compound and waited. It was the same for the past few times. That was why Xiaogua didn't need to go into the building every time he came over. He just looked at the biggest sycamore tree. Now, the leaves of the sycamore tree had fallen a lot. Xiaogua looked up and saw Zhang Tan at a glance. After Xiaogua saw Zhang Tan, he smiled like he had seen gold. He patted the black travel bag on his back and said, "Black charcoal, let's go. Let's get to work." Zhang Tan didn't like the special pet bag, so every time Xiaogua came to pick up Zhang Tan, he took a spacious travel bag or a slightly bigger bag. Since the pet center wasn't far from here, Xiaogua rode an electric scooter and put the bag in the front basket of the scooter. Zhang Tan stayed in the bag, but his head popped out to look at the scenery outside. Xiaogua's, obviously pet center was doing better and better. With the support of old customers and the advertising effect of a few months, more and more people knew about it. After several advertisements in some online forums, some people came to him to order wholesale. Gradually, they became long-term customers. They didn't enter the pet center from the front door, but from a side door. It was close to the studio where Xiaogua was shooting the advertisement, and there weren't many people going in and out. Every time the store manager brought this black cat, the staff were already familiar with it. Xiaogua explained to them that this black cat had been specially trained, so it was very obedient and could shoot the advertisement quickly. Also, it was hired with a high salary. When he introduced it, Xiaogua specifically emphasized the words, hired with a high salary, so that the staff could treat this black cat better. This was their store's god of wealth. The reason why the canned cat food could be sold so quickly was mainly because of the advertising effect. Of course, the quality of the cat food produced by his store was also guaranteed. When he promoted others, Xiaogua didn't forget to elevate himself. The others didn't doubt the store manager's explanation. They regarded this hired with a high salary black cat as a similar creature to the trained cats of the circus. If Zheng Tan knew that these people had classified him and the circus cats in their hearts, how would he feel? As usual, Zheng Tan jumped off the scooter and ran into the studio. It was still the same people, the same few cats and Xiaogua's golden retriever, who were watching from the side. However, it was obvious that something was different. In a corner of the studio, there was a circle of about 7 or 8 square meters. Some of the props that were originally piled up there were put on the other side. In this area surrounded by plastic boards, 5 fluffy kittens were playing inside. 3 of them had obvious tiger stripes, and the other 2 were black and white. Xiaogua said that these 5 cats were of Siberian forest cat lineage, so compared to ordinary cats, their fur was slightly longer. On a cat tree next to the circle, an adult American shorthair cat was squatting on it, its 2 front legs on the edge of the tree, looking at the 5 kittens inside. This American shorthair cat was called Prince. It was a cat in Xiaogua's store. This coquettish name was also given by Xiaogua. The cat head picture on the store's self-produced canned cat food was Prince. As for why this cat was put in the head picture, the main reason was the breed advantage of this cat. The cheeks of American shorthair cats were plump, and their physiques were bigger than many cats. Their bones were thick, and they looked very fleshy. Their backs were wide, and they looked strong. They were not as thin as field cats. At first glance, they looked quite dignified and approachable. Their appearance was much better than Zheng Tan's. Therefore, many pet food companies like to use American shorthair cats as their signboards. Of course, in terms of IQ, Zheng Tan was definitely better than it. However, there was no way to compare. After all, Zheng Tan had always considered himself as a human being, and it was not worthwhile to compare IQ with a cat. Another reason for not using Zheng Tan's head picture as a signboard was the black cat. After all, not everyone could accept a black cat. Many people were still afraid of black cats. Therefore, appearance was also very important. However, Zheng Tan could not change this. Anyway, he would not dye his fur. At this moment, Prince was staring at the 5 kittens inside. Its paws were moving from time to time. It looked like it wanted to go down, but it did not want to. Still the same? Xiaogua asked several employees when he entered the door. Still the same. When Prince went in, these kittens treated it like an enemy. It was the same for other cats in the store, regardless of their gender. However, boss, didn't you say that black charcoal had a bad temper? Will it bite the kittens if it goes in? An employee said. Zheng Tan, who had jumped onto a cat tree, heard this and turned to look at Xiaogua. How dare you speak ill of me? I have a bad temper. What's wrong with me? While thinking, Zheng Tan scratched a deep claw mark on the cat tree. The fur on the shelf was scratched off. Prince, who was not far away, also moved in the opposite direction. It was afraid that the bad-tempered black cat would attack. Looking at the claw marks on the shelf, Xiaogua's face twitched. There was a moment of hesitation, but it was quickly suppressed. He asked several employees to watch together. If the cat was going to bite the kittens, they would rush to save them. Zheng Tan squatted on the tall cat tree and looked at the 5 kittens inside. The 6-week-old kittens had already begun to show curiosity and neuroticism. Everything could become their teeth-grinding tool, and everything could become their toys. Furry mice, cat scratching sticks, wool balls, and so on were all things that they liked. When they were not playing with toys, they would also play with their tails, hind legs, or front paws. They would treat these as imaginary enemies to bite and scratch. Zheng Tan felt that this behavior was like schizophrenia. Looking at the 5 kittens below, Zheng Tan really did not want to go down with these little psychopaths. However, since he was here, he had to put on a show. Even if he did not want to do it, he had to go through the motions. If he could not shoot this advertisement, there would be plenty of time in the future. Therefore, Zhang Tan, who had prepared himself mentally, looked at an empty space inside and jumped down. The 5 kittens who were playing on their own were startled by Zhang Tan's sudden arrival. 2 of them arched their backs and their fur bristled. They were on high alert. Outside the circle, Xiao Gua and several other employees were nervously watching. Once they found that the black cat was going to bite, they would go down to stop it. Xiao Gua temporarily kept the 5 kittens because he had promised the customer. After Zhang Tan jumped down, he did not move. He knew that his every move was being watched by several people outside. He could not make any dangerous moves, like extending his claws or showing his fangs. He simply did nothing and stood there, waiting for the kittens to reject him so that he could get away. However, to everyone's surprise, the largest of the 5 kittens, whose fur was originally puffed up, slowly calmed down and started walking towards Zhang Tan. At first, it moved slowly and tentatively, but then it sped up and its tail was raised. Zhang Tan looked at the kitten with tiger spots approaching him and did not know how to react for a moment. It was so big that it looked like it could be sent flying with a raise of his hand. After the kitten with tiger spots came to Zhang Tan's side, it raised its small paw and touched Zhang Tan's forearm. It touched again and touched again. Then it rolled on the ground and played with one of Zhang Tan's palms. Zhang Tan shook his beard. He really wanted to raise his paw and slap this little thing to the side. Soon, the other 4 kittens also came over. Some played with Zhang Tan's palms and feet, and some played with Zhang Tan's tail. Zhang Tan felt that he could not be indifferent anymore. He raised his foot and walked over the kitten next to his paw. After Zhang Tan walked, the 5 kittens followed one after another. The big one that ran fast even went up to stroke Zhang Tan's tail twice. However, Zhang Tan was very impatient now. He wanted to get rid of these little tails behind him. As soon as he sped up, the 5 kittens behind him began to meow. The meowing made people feel that Zhang Tan had done something that would make cats angry. Hence, a scene like this appeared. In the area enclosed by the plastic board, a black cat walked along the plastic board. Behind it, 5 kittens followed. When they couldn't keep up, they would start to meow. When the cat in front of them stopped, they would immediately follow. "Are you judging a cat by its appearance?" an employee said. After all, the cats in his shop had not been treated like this, but this black cat was different. Xiao Gua pointed at the black cat that was pulling its ears and walking around. "Appearance? Do you think the cats in our shop are prettier or that black cat?" The employee did not speak. Another employee asked, "Then why don't the 5 kittens reject black charcoal?" Chapter 33. Seeing that Zhang Tan was getting along well with the kittens inside, Prince, who had been staying on the cat tree, couldn't sit still anymore. He jumped in after testing a few times. However, after the 5 kittens found Prince, they arched their backs, puffed up their fur, and made warning sounds. The only difference was that now, because Zhang Tan was there, the 5 kittens seemed to be more confident. They were all close to Zhang Tan, making it difficult for Zhang Tan to lift his feet. Prince took 2 steps closer, and the kittens arched their backs even more. The warning sounds came one after another, and they were even closer to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan was very annoyed. Why were the 5 kittens so close to his feet? He felt uncomfortable all over, but he was afraid that if he moved too much, he would kick, press, or bump the kittens. So he was impatient and a little stiff at the same time. Zhang Tan's annoyance reached its peak when the prince approached. Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at the approaching American short-hair cat with an oppressive look. "If you don't have *King get out of here, I'll beat you to death." Xiao Gua, who was standing outside the plastic board, saw the situation and whispered to his cat. It seemed that his cat had no chance to be in the commercial at all. The kittens didn't give him any face at all. Under the pressure from all sides, Prince slowly stepped back, and then jumped out of the circle to find Xiao Gua for comfort. Seeing that the enemy had left, the kittens' alarms were lifted, and they continued to play around Zhang Tan. When Zhang Tan walked, they followed. When Zhang Tan stopped, they all went up to him, rolled around Zhang Tan, or played with Zhang Tan's paws and tails. Compared to the kitten's happy mood, Zhang Tan kept a sour face. Cats didn't have many expressions, but anyone who saw Zhang Tan now would think that the cat was in a bad mood. Zhang Tan looked down helplessly at the kittens that were lying on their backs and rolling around his paws. The kittens' feet were very tender, reflecting a soft luster under the light. It was completely different from the roughness of the big cat's feet. Zhang Tan, on the other hand, ran and climbed trees every day. Compared to other cats, the soles of his feet were more worn out. Zhang Tan looked at the little foot that was waving in the air. He raised one of his front paws and compared it with the little pink palm in the air. Tisk, it's really small. It can't even compare to the meatball in my palm. However, it was really quite soft. Crack, crack. The sound of a camera taking a picture rang out, and the flash flickered. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked over. Xiao Guo was holding a camera and taking photos excitedly. He kept changing his position and angle like a monkey. Because there were many obstructions and obstacles, Xiao Guo's posture when taking photos was very strange, just like those wretched uncles who took photos under a girl's skirt. Manager, this is it, right? The employees were eager to try. The black cat should be the one to shoot the cat food commercial for kittens. Other than it, the other cats in the store were far from it. This is it. Get the tools ready, it's time to work. Xiao Guo's eyes were full of excitement. Our commercial will definitely get a lot of orders. The commercial designed by Xiao Guo was very simple. The general plot was, a litter of abandoned kittens was found by a big cat, and then the big cat brought them cat food. There were two kinds of cat food in the litter. One was milk cake for kittens, and the other was canned kittens. Both were produced and sold by Xiao Guo, and they were also tested by a special quality inspection department. The quality was guaranteed. This was one of the reasons why the Jiao Pa agreed to let Zhang Tan take the job. Xiao Guo was worried that the big cat and the kittens would not get along well, but now that he was shooting the commercial, he realized that it was not good to be too clingy. The kittens refused to stay in the props. Even if they stayed in the props, as long as they saw Zhang Tan appear, they would run over. The good thing was that this kind of situation was better than not getting along well. The kittens did show that they liked the two kinds of cat food, which made Xiao Guo more confident in his products. It took 4 hours to finish shooting, and the rest was the post-production work. Zhang Tan did not care about the post-production work. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible. He did not want to stay here and be a stay-at-home dad. Unfortunately, what made Zhang Tan depressed was that the sky was cloudy, and it started to rain. The weather forecast said that there would be no rain. Xiao Guo called the Jiao Pa and said that he would send the cats back when the rain stopped. The rain should not last too long. In any case, the cats must be sent back before dark. Therefore, Zhang Tan was forced to continue to stay in the studio. The good thing was that the 5 kittens were probably tired from shooting the commercial. After eating the cat food, they huddled together to sleep. There was a heating pad under the kittens' nests. The temperature had been a bit low recently, and the big cats were not around, so the kittens could easily catch a cold. Xiao Guo had originally planned to let Zhang Tan sleep with the kittens. That would save her a lot of trouble and make her feel more at ease. The heating pad was definitely not as effective as a real cat. Zhang Tan closed his eyes and pretended not to hear Xiao Guo's words. Whoever wants to go can go, but I'm not going. During the break, the people who had not eaten lunch ordered takeout. Knowing that Zhang Tan did not eat cat food, Xiao Guo prepared chicken rice for Zhang Tan. While they were eating, the door of the studio was suddenly pushed open. Guo Xiaoming. Help. It was a woman who came in. She looked very young. She was holding an umbrella and her hair was loose. Zhang Tan could not see her face clearly, mainly because of the hair and the black-rimmed glasses. The person who came in was holding a pet bag. Although she was wet, the bag did not get wet. Xiao Guo, who was eating his lunch, almost choked when he saw who it was. Yanzi, my name is Guo Mingyi, not Guo Xiaoming. I've told you so many times, but you still can't change it. What's wrong with you? Help, my Li Yuanba is sick. The person who came in put down her umbrella and ran over in a hurry. Hearing the young woman say the name Li Yuanba, Zhang Tan spat out the chicken in his mouth. How majestic and domineering did she have to look to be able to say such a name? So Zhang Tan chewed the chicken rice in his mouth and looked over to see what the pet bag looked like. What's wrong with your Li Yuanba? I remember you said that your cat was very strong. Xiao Guo ate 2 mouthfuls of rice and walked to the side of the studio. There was an empty space and a table there, so it was not inconvenient to treat the cat. After all, everyone was eating, and it was not good to treat the cat. If it's sick, you have to send it to my brother. I sell some pet supplies here. Xiao Guo said as he opened the zipper of the pet bag. Isn't this an old classmate? I'm more at ease if he goes through the back door. Yanzi explained with a worried look on her face. As Xiaogua opened the pet bag, Zheng Tan finally saw the real face of Li Yuanba. Holy *T. The color of the cat's fur was like a fire scene. It was very special and domineering. This cat's fur was mainly black, with some yellow and white fur mixed in the black. From a cat's point of view, Zheng Tan felt that the cat had a strong aura and was not a simple character. It was probably very fierce when it fought. This was also the first time that Xiaogua saw Li Yuanba. He had only seen photos of it on the internet. After Yan Zi contacted Xiaogua, the two chatted on the internet. When Yan Zi found out that Xiaogua had opened a pet center, she was very happy and showed Xiaogua a photo of her Li Yuanba. However, the two did not talk too much. Yan Zi had come to the store to buy vaccines and canned cat food, but it was the first time that she brought a cat here. Your cat. I feel that it is very fierce, Xiaogua said. He did not touch it with his hands. He had seen a lot of cats, and he could also see the emotions that the cat wanted to express at the moment from its eyes. Xiaogua felt that it was better for him not to touch the cat first. Otherwise, there would be a few more bloody marks or teeth marks on his hands in the next moment. The cat was lying on its side calmly. Other than the slight change in its eyes when Xiaogua approached it, there was nothing out of the ordinary about it. Xiaogua just looked at the cat and asked, "How do you know that it is sick?" "It often lies in one place and doesn't move much. In the past it would go out to play. When I teased it at home, it didn't respond. Although it didn't play much before, it still had some reaction. Now, it basically ignores the toys. It has been like this for a while. It is indifferent to many things and always stays there without moving. My neighbor said that it is probably sick." "Gua Xiaoming, is it very sick?" Yan Zi was worried. Xiaogua thought for a while and asked, "Has its appetite changed?" "Yes, it eats a lot." Xiaogua nodded and said, "It is nothing. Don't worry, your Li Yuanba is just pregnant." Zheng Tan was speechless. Why did this sentence sound so scary? Yan Zi's reaction was even stronger after hearing this. She looked as if she had seen a mythical animal. "Impossible, my Li Yuanba is pregnant. It is a male cat." Xiaogua rolled his eyes at her and pointed at the cat lying on its side in the pet bag. "You don't have to look at anything else. Just look at the color of its fur. Tortoiseshell cats are basically female cats. The reason for this color is due to the random inactivation of the X chromosome. If the inactivated X chromosome contains a linked recessive gene, the color will be black. If the inactivated X chromosome contains a dominant gene, the color will be yellow. The inactivation of the X chromosome in different parts of the cat's fur is random, so the color of the cat's fur will be mottled like this, which is the color of yellow and black tortoiseshell." After listening to Xiaogua's explanation, Yan Zi hesitated. "I studied computer science, not chromosomes." Yan Zi and Xiaogua were high school classmates, but they studied different majors in university. "Didn't the people around you tell you that it is a female cat?" Xiaogua didn't understand. Yan Zi lived in an old residential area. The neighbors should be familiar with each other and should communicate with each other. If one person couldn't recognize it, how could others not recognize it? I don't go out much. Our neighbor said it is a male cat, so I named it Li Yuanba." Yan Zi was a little embarrassed. Yan Zi's real name was Li Yan. It was a very common name. She was not good at dressing up, so she didn't have much presence among her classmates. The cat was actually a stray cat that was later adopted by Yan Zi and brought home. "Your neighbor? The guy with the middle parting who likes to wear shiny leather shoes?" Xiaogua asked. "Yes, that's him." Yan Zi nodded. Xiaogua snorted. "That guy brought his cat over last week to let the cat have a little dick. His cat is a female, so what's the point of having a dick? That guy probably thinks that it's easy to tell the gender of a cat from a dog." After knowing that her cat was pregnant, Yan Zi asked a lot of things to pay attention to, and Xiaogua answered them one by one. When a female cat is pregnant, drugs and chemicals should be avoided, especially steroids and gray mycin used to treat mold. The quantity, quality and type of food should also be paid special attention to. Yan Zi brought a recording device and recorded all of Xiaogua's words. "Okay, let's talk about these first. You can check the information yourself. If you don't understand, you can ask me. You can leave a message online or in the mail. I guess I'll be a little busy recently. When I'm done, I'll take some time to check the messages and mail. Okay, thank you. Hey, are those kittens? Yan Zi's eyes swept over to the furry ball in the corner. Yes, a 6-week-old kitten. It just shot a commercial and is sleeping because it's tired. A commercial? A commercial for kittens? Can I see it? Xiaogua thought about it and didn't refuse. He showed some of the unedited clips to Yan Zi. So cute, Yan Zi praised. Then she pointed at Zhang Tan, who was resting on the highest cat tree after eating, and asked Xiaogua, "Is this the black cat's kitten?" No, the mother of these kittens is a short-haired domestic cat, and the father is a Siberian forest cat. This is confirmed. You can tell by looking at the fur of these kittens, Xiaogua explained. Then why does it get along so well with the kittens? Probably because it has a strong affinity with the kittens. Xiaogua didn't understand this question. Then this black cat is really special. Hey, Gua Xiaoming, when my kittens are born, bring them over to shoot some videos. We may need to borrow this black cat. Xiaogua didn't say anything, but looked in the direction of Zhang Tan. Chapter 34. After Zhang Tan finished shooting the cat food commercial, he didn't care about the effect of the commercial. His attention was focused on something else. Jiao Ma was about to be discharged from the hospital. Although she hadn't fully recovered, there was no need for her to stay in the hospital. With the employee benefits and some compensation, staying in the hospital was almost free. Jiao Ma didn't want to occupy the hospital bed all the time. She didn't feel comfortable staying in the hospital. Besides, Jiao Ma didn't feel good about letting the two kids eat cafeteria food all the time. It wasn't that the cafeteria food was bad. Psychologically speaking, the food at home always made people feel better. Therefore, on a fine Saturday morning, the Jiao family went to the hospital to pick up Jiao Ma. Jiao Yuan carried her backpack, and Zhang Tan hid inside it. If an unfamiliar doctor or other unfamiliar person came over, Zhang Tan would hide his head inside the backpack. If there was no one around, he would stick his head out and watch them busy packing. The mood of being discharged from the hospital was always cheerful. Everyone's face was full of smiles. During Jiao Ma's stay in the hospital, everyone moved a lot of things from home. Usually, there wasn't a lot of things, but when they packed, there wasn't enough to fit in a big cardboard box. There were bowls and cups for the two kids, Zhang Tan's cat bowl, and some small blankets. Zhang Tan glanced at the busy people inside and turned to look outside the small ward that was separated from the room. A middle-aged man in his 50s came out with a white plastic bedpan that was commonly used in the ward. He went to the bathroom to wash the bedpan. When he came out of the bathroom, he saw the Jiao Pa carrying the suitcase out of the room. The middle-aged man smiled and greeted him. "Jiao Pa, you're here to pick up Xiaogu?" Although she hasn't fully recovered, she said she doesn't want to stay here anymore. She's not feeling well and wants to go home to rest. The Jiao Pa sounded relaxed today. The Jiao Pa and the uncle were chatting. They were a little tired from packing, so the Jiao Pa took the opportunity to take a break. From their conversation, Zhang Tan learned that the uncle's wife was also hospitalized in the school bus accident, just like Mama Jiao. However, the aunt's luck was not as good as Mama Jiao's. In addition to external injuries, she also had multiple fractures. In addition to her high blood pressure and heart disease, she was in critical condition many times at the time. It was only a few days ago that she was transferred from the intensive care unit to the general ward. Ever since she was admitted to the hospital, she couldn't get out of bed at all. She had to settle her daily needs on the bed. Her husband had always been the one taking care of her. Jiao Ma couldn't get out of bed for the first few days when she was hospitalized, so it was Jiao Pa who took care of her. During that time, Zhang Tan heard Jiao Pa telling Jiao Ma, "Don't worry, I'm here." Sometimes, Zhang Tan envied them. Whether it was Jiao Pa, Jiao Ma, or the uncle and aunt who came from the intensive care unit. Perhaps they could be called family. Okay, let's go home. Jiao Ma pulled out a towel bag, and Jiao Pa hurried over to catch it. Xin, who had just finished her experiment, also rushed over to help. This time, the Jiao Pa didn't tell Auntie Ling and the others that he was being discharged. He only casually mentioned it to Xin when he was arranging work. He didn't expect Xin to come over. Jiao Pa borrowed an SUV from one of his colleagues in the hospital. He moved the things downstairs and loaded them into the car. Then, he drove the people back to the villa that belonged to the owner. While moving the things, Jiao Pa and Zhang Tan both thought at the same time, It's time to buy a car. However, Zhao Pa was a little short of money now. All the money he could use, including the money earned by his cat, was invested in the company. He didn't have any extra money to buy a car. Zhao Pa drove the car and thought, let's wait a little longer. I have to buy a car before the end of next year. Then, I'll drive my family and black charcoal back to my hometown for the new year. This year's new year was a little early. Because of Zhao Ma's illness, Zhao Pa decided to stay in Chuhua City for the new year this year. He wanted to let Zhao Ma have a good rest. He had contacted the old people in his hometown in advance, and planned to bring the old people from both sides over. However, the Zhao family's grandfather rejected the Zhao Pa's suggestion. The Zhao family's grandfather said over the phone, "Your hometown is not that big. It's more comfortable to live in our town." In order to recuperate and recover fully, Zhao Ma didn't go to school. She had just been discharged from the hospital, so she couldn't be too tired. She took paid leave. Like Zhao Ma, many teachers who were injured in the accident received the same treatment. Therefore, Zhao Ma didn't feel embarrassed. She rested at home and took care of the two children and the cat to make up for the negligence during her stay in the hospital. With Zhao Ma at home, Zhang Tan felt that his life was much more comfortable. In the morning, he woke up with the two children, washed up with Gu Yuzi, and went to the bathroom with Zhao Yuan. After washing up, breakfast was already prepared. In the morning, there was one more person who wanted to go to school with Zhao Yuan. It was Litmus, who had just moved to the compound. After the burglary, the relatives of the vice principal moved out of the compound. The house was empty, and it was just right for Professor Sher and his family. The house was well decorated, so it saved Professor Sher and his family a lot of effort. Although there was someone to keep them company, the two children were still used to asking Zhang Tan to go with them. After sending the group of children to the school gate, Zhang Tan began to run again. He ran to the woods to practice climbing trees. During this time, Zhang Tan rarely saw Xiao Zhua when he went to the artificial lake. He heard that because the weather was too cold, Xiao Zhua stayed at home to rest. Lord Zhang helped to apply for a room in the family building. On the day of the advertisement, Xiao Zhua came to the door and brought a magazine. It was the magazine that his friend founded. Many of Zhang Tan's pet advertisements were published in this magazine. He heard that the magazine was selling well. Xiao Zhua didn't rush to leave after he came. Instead, he called Zhao Ma to sit on the sofa and turned the magazine to the page of Zhang Tan's advertisement. Like the previous few issues, it was a photo story. It was composed of several clips from the video advertisement where Zhang Tan and the 5 kittens shot. Many readers who bought this advertisement would first read the advertisement story on the first page after they bought it. The response to this issue was particularly good. In addition, what was different from the past was that on the page next to the story, there was a clear big picture on it. A big black cat raised its paw to meet the paw of a kitten lying on its back and waving its paw. In the lower right corner of this big picture was the advertising slogan that Ming Ming Pet Center often used. "Ming Ming loves you so much, can you take me home?" After reading it, Zhao Ma directly cut out the 2 pages and put them in a photo album. She also asked Xiao Zhua to develop a photo for her to keep. In fact, Zhang Tan didn't have a good opinion of the photo that everyone praised. He felt that the photo made his majestic and domineering image a little sentimental and distorted his temperament. No matter what Zhang Tan thought of this kitten advertisement, the sales volume determined everything. Xiao Zhua's store also had more orders for kitten food. In fact, many people who contacted Xiao Zhua mainly wanted to learn from him how to take such a picture. Were there any traces of Photoshop? How to make the cat do such actions? Xiao Zhua had been playing Tai Chi with people all the time. Anyway, there was no truth. Following Xiao Zhua to the pet center studio where the advertisement was shot, Zhang Tan immediately found something strange. Li Yan was here, and there were some strange and familiar smells around her. Zhang Tan walked over to Li Yan and looked at her. Li Yan was staring at her computer. There were some pictures on the computer. Many of the pictures were very bad, but some of them could be seen vaguely. The pictures were of 2 cats. One of them was the big cat, the domineering Li Yuanba. The kitten was not big, and it was just born. It was mainly white with some yellow spots on its body. It was much smaller than the 5 kittens that Zhang Tan had worked with before. Was this the child of Li Yuanba? Zhang Tan looked at the name of the folder again. Li Yuanba and Peanut Candy. Looking at the kitten in the blurry picture again, the pattern was indeed quite similar to the peanut candy. Knowing that the tortoiseshell cat had a baby, Zhang Tan was not very interested. He just wanted to finish shooting the advertisement and go home early. However, 2 of the employees who participated in the shooting today had something to do, and it would probably take another 1 or 2 hours before they could start work. While waiting, Zhang Tan jumped onto the highest cat tree and rested with her eyes closed, just like she always did. Not far from Zhang Tan, Li Yan was holding the computer and discussing something with Xiao Gua. Listening to their conversation, Zhang Tan learned that Li Yan and the tortoiseshell cat were living in the pet center during this time. There were some staff lounges and living rooms in the pet center. Because of her cat's pregnancy, Li Yan was always worried that something unexpected would happen. She had no experience in taking care of a pregnant woman, let alone a pregnant cat. After thinking about it, she directly moved to the pet center and paid the rent for 2 months. With Xiao Gua here to help take care of her, Li Yan was relieved. As for herself, she did not have high requirements for where she lived, as long as she had a computer and the place she lived in had internet access. A few days after moving in, Li Yuanba gave birth to a kitten. It was rare that she only gave birth to 1 kitten, and this kitten was bigger than an ordinary newborn kitten. Li Yan wanted to take more photos or videos as a souvenir, but Li Yuanba looked like a King Kong when it saw the camera, and its fierce face became even more ferocious, which made Li Yan very distressed. Xiao Gua could not help. He could not even get close to the cat. As long as a stranger approached, the cat would be in a state of war, and it would be asking for trouble. When Yan Zi took photos of her cat, she did not turn on the flash, and all the photos were taken secretly. The tortoiseshell cat had very sharp senses, so most of the time, the swallow would fail to take a peek. Often, it would only capture a tail or an afterimage. The pictures that she had shown to Xiao Gua in the past had taken her a long time. Later, Li Yan installed a camera and peeped at the laptop every day. Now, after looking at the photos, Li Yan turned on the camera and began to peep again. I heard a few days ago that tortoiseshell cats are very docile and quiet, and they are better than ordinary cats. They are also very good at taking care of their offspring. Is this true? I think my Li Yuanba is very suitable for this saying, Li Yan said proudly. Xiao Gua thought for a while. I heard my grandma say that tortoiseshell cats are either docile and quiet, or they are bandits. I think your cat is more inclined to the latter. Gua Xiaoming. Li Yan picked up a cat stick next to her and hid it. After playing for a while, Li Yan started to worry about her cat's daily life, such as food, insulation, and all other things. Are you crazy? Xiao Gua rubbed the arm that was hit and said, Many cats don't let their owners see their cubs. Your cat is considered good. In fact, you don't have to care too much about cats. You just have to make sure that their nutrition keeps up. Cats are not like dogs. Most of the cats in nature are solitary animals. You may often see some dirty stray cats squatting on the walls or on objects like stone blocks, squinting their eyes and leisurely basking in the sun. But compared to stray cats, stray dogs are much more miserable. Canines in nature tend to live in groups, so you often see stray dogs with their tails between their legs, looking frightened and uneasy. Stray dogs die easily, but many stray cats can survive alone for a long time. Cats can hunt independently and look around their territory with the eyes of a king. As for dogs, many like to follow their owners. Some even need someone to accompany them when they want to pee or poop. After listening to Xiao Gua, Zhang Tan looked at the golden retriever lying not far away. It was a golden retriever. Perhaps some people would think that since the American short-haired tomcat in the store was called Prince, then this one should be called Princess, right? Unfortunately, this golden retriever was not called Princess, but Lord. It was said that it had also won an award at a pet show. The certificate was posted in a conspicuous place in the store by Xiao Gua as publicity. Because of its appearance, many of the canine pet food in Xiao Gua's store had icons of this golden retriever. The golden retriever's body was very eye-catching. It was lively, smart, and kind to its family. Gradually, it was recognized by more and more people. At this moment, because Xiao Gua mentioned stray dogs, Li Yan also looked at the golden retriever. Xiao Gua followed Li Yan's gaze and saw his lord, looking at them with a grin and wagging its tail. What are you looking at? I'm talking about you. Xiao Gua shouted at the golden retriever. He didn't know if the golden retriever's lord understood. Because of Xiao Gua's words, it stopped wagging its tail for a moment, then continued to grin and wag its tail. "You're a foodie," Xiaofan said helplessly. Withdrawing his gaze from the golden retriever, Zhang Tan lay down and thought. Xiaogua's words just now made Zhang Tan think of some questions. He didn't know how to define himself. Did he belong to the solitary type? Or was he a social type? Humans were social animals. He now had the mentality of an adult man, but the blood of a cat flowed in his body. If one day, he was wandering outside, what kind of situation would it be? Would he still be able to squint his eyes and enjoy the sunshine leisurely? Or would he anxiously survive in this cramped social environment with his tail between his legs? Zhang Tan really didn't know. When the two employees came back, Zhang Tan collected his thoughts and began to work. The advertisement this time wasn't difficult. It wasn't about kitten food, so it didn't take long. After shooting, Xiaogua sent Zhang Tan back to the eastern courtyard. After eating and drinking to his heart's content, Zhang Tan lay on the sofa at home and accompanied the Jiao Ma to watch that kind of slow TV series for a while. After a nap, he went out to play. Chapter 35. Since the Institute of Biological Sciences had brought in a few professors who had studied abroad, and due to the expansion of enrollment, the Institute of Biological Sciences had decided to redistribute some of its resources, including the faculty's office. The Jiao Pa's original office had been allocated to the 3 young lecturers' offices. The Institute of Biological Sciences had also given the Jiao Pa a separate office. However, the new office was smaller than the original one. It was less than 10 square meters. At first, the Institute of Biological Sciences was afraid that the Associate Professor Jiao would complain. However, they did not expect the Associate Professor Jiao to express his understanding and move to the new office the next day. Because of this, the Institute of Biological Sciences leaders had a better impression of the Associate Professor Jiao. Of course, the reason why the Associate Professor Jiao moved so easily was definitely not because he cared about the Institute of Biological Sciences higher-ups. Zhang Tan could also guess part of the reason. Since the Institute of Biological Sciences had already decided on this allocation, the Institute of Biological Sciences had no choice but to accept it. If they continued to argue, they would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, the Jiao Pa was just a small associate professor. However, not only did the Jiao Pa agree to move to the new office, but it also did not seem like he was unwilling. The main reason was because of the location of the new office. The new office's window faced south. In the winter, the Institute of Biological Sciences could enjoy the sun very well. Most importantly, the new office was located at the corner of the 2nd floor. There was a big sycamore tree next to the road below the building. The branches of the sycamore tree extended towards the window. It was convenient for Zhang Tan to jump out of the window every time he came to look for the Jiao Pa. Therefore, many times, when Zhang Tan was tired and bored, he would run to the Biological Sciences building and jump directly from the sycamore tree to the Jiao Pa's office's windowsill. Under normal circumstances, the Jiao Pa would not lock the windows. He would only lock the windows when he left at night. Therefore, after Zhang Tan jumped onto the windowsill, he could easily use his claws to pry open the screen and the window. The window was flat, so as long as it was not locked, it could be easily opened. There was a small chair beside the Jiao Pa's computer in his office. Usually, when the Jiao Yuan and the others were not around, Zhang Tan slept on it. Today was the same. Zhang Tan accompanied Jiao Yuan and the others to school after taking a nap at home. After that, he ran to the biology building and directly climbed into Jiao Pa's office through the window to sleep. At this time, the sun just happened to shine on the chair. Zhang Tan lay on the small chair and slept under the sun without being disturbed by anyone. After sleeping until 5 o'clock, Zhang Tan looked at the clock on the wall and stretched himself. Jiao Pa probably wouldn't be home for dinner again today. Recently, he had been asking his students to bring food for him. Currently, Jiao Pa had 3 students under him. One of them was Xin, who was a postgraduate student under him. The other 2 were Jiao Pa's students who were doing their undergraduate thesis under him. Recently, Jiao Pa had been eating with them. The 4 of them were often busy until midnight. Although Jiao Pa had previously said that he would accept a few more postgraduate students this year, when it came to choosing students, he still chose based on his previous standards. Some of the teachers in the institute had several postgraduate students who had already entered the laboratory to follow up on their projects. Jiao Pa still only had 1 direct student, Xin. The good students who were about to graduate either went abroad or were taken in by a few big names in the institute. The rest of the students who were slightly better were divided up by the teachers who had more projects and were relatively rich. In the end, Zhao Pa did not take a fancy to any of the postgraduate students. He wanted to wait until after the national postgraduate examination to see who had applied for it. In addition to being busy with research projects, Zhao Pa also had to pay attention to Yuan Ziyi's company. Yuan Ziyi's company was called Tian Yuan Biology. Tian was taken from a word in Professor Yuan's name, and Yuan was a homonym of Yuan. Zhang Tan heard from Zhao Pa and Yuan Ziyi that they might set up a special research and development department in the future. However, the company had limited talents now. Many outstanding talents were not willing to join a small company that had just been established. Therefore, for Zhao Pa and Yuan Ziyi, there was still a long way to go. Associate Professor Zhao bought some of the experimental equipment and supplies from the company. He could use less money to buy more experimental necessities. Yuan Ziyi also expressed his support. If the project was done well, it would be very useful for Zhao Pa to become a professor. Associate Professor Zhao also recommended the company to some teachers who wanted to save money on projects. He did not explicitly say that he had a share in the company. Instead, he casually mentioned it when the teachers were chatting. These teachers had a lot of projects in their hands. The funds approved by the higher-ups were in the hundreds of thousands or even millions. They wanted to make a fortune with these funds and buy equipment and supplies. Associate Professor Zhao and Yuan Ziyi knew the trick, so they did not say much. After waiting for another 10 minutes, when the hour hand pointed to 6, Zhang Tan jumped out of the window. He closed the window and went home for dinner. After dinner, he continued to hang out outside. During this time, Huang was under strict supervision. However, the sheriff and Depang were still the same. They played with Zhang Tan until late at night. Because of the cold weather, except for some students who came out for classes and self-study, many places were empty at night. This was a good thing for the cats. At least no one would disturb them when they were playing. Occasionally, they would run into young couples who were doing something they liked in a remote corner. At that time, Zhang Tan would hide and watch them. He missed his old self. When he first entered university, he often asked a few girls to play in a remote corner of the school. It was new and exciting. Every time he encountered such a thing, Zhang Tan could not help but wonder why he did not pay attention to whether there were cats peeping around when he was doing things. Maybe even if he saw a cat in the past, Zhang Tan would not have taken it seriously. Zhang Tan brought the sheriff and Depang to the forest where he usually climbed trees. During this period of time, they played here at night. There were some cats from other places. Some were cats raised by the staff in the logistics department, and some were cats from outside the school. After all, this was the edge of Tsinghua University. It was very close to the side door. Many cats from outside the school often came here to play. When there were many cats, it was natural to fight. Anyway, the sheriff had fought many times. As for Depang, it was still the same. No one dared to provoke it, and it was too lazy to care about other cats. Zhang Tan had fought once, and it started with a female cat. Zhang Tan swore that he had no interest in that female cat. In his heart, Zhang Tan still saw himself as a human. He could not get excited about a cat. He would rather go to a remote corner of the school to see those live sex scenes. However, that female cat came up to Zhang Tan, and this made Zhang Tan hostile. Therefore, Zhang Tan fought with the cat that came from outside the school. Actually, it was not really a fight. Zhang Tan slapped the cat, and the cat rolled away. He did not control his strength well, and used a little too much strength. Therefore, when the cats that saw that scene saw Zhang Tan again, they all retreated. The cat that was slapped by Zhang Tan did not come to the forest for a long time after that. Later, even if it came, it did not dare to provoke Zhang Tan. In the forest at night, other than the rustling and falling sounds caused by the wind, there was also the sound of cats scurrying in the forest. Cats could express their feelings in a direct way, but they could also be shy. Two cats that got along well would lick each other's fur. As they licked, they might bite each other. As they bit, they would kick their legs and fight. After the fight, they would stay together and be lovey-dovey. Therefore, Zhang Tan would often see two cats chasing each other in the grass. He would hear the screams of a cat being bitten. Then, not long after, the two cats would lick each other's fur again. In the grass under the tree, cats were running around, and from time to time, they could be heard meowing. Zhang Tan did not care about them. Zhang Tan liked this kind of night, when he was not disturbed. Under the cover of the night, even if his behavior was shocking, he would not be discovered. This way he could run around without fear. The cat scurried in the bushes while Zhang Tan scurried from tree to tree like a monkey. Under the moonlight, one could only catch a glimpse of a blurry shadow. If one did not look closely, one would not be able to see it. Night, black cats. Zhang Tan quickened his steps. The sense of security and self-satisfaction of standing at a high place made Zhang Tan unwilling to stop. He ran along the branches, and when he was about to reach the top, he jumped onto another tree. Facing the night wind, sometimes he would bump into the falling leaves. He rushed through the leaves and continued to move forward. It was as if he had broken through a heavy obstacle. His heart seemed to be suddenly enlightened, and this made Zhang Tan very excited. When Zhang Tan stopped and came back to his senses, he found that he had already left the cat some distance behind. However, Xiaofan and Depang would definitely come over later, and the other cats would follow. Standing on a branch, Zhang Tan panted and breathed in the cool night wind. The coolness stimulated his nerves, and his emotions gradually calmed down. He raised his arm to scoop up the fallen leaves and stepped on them. He sharpened his claws and cut the leaves into small pieces. A gust of wind blew, and the small pieces of leaves scattered. Zhang Tan finished scratching 2 leaves. He still hadn't heard the movements of Sheriff and Depang, and he complained in his heart about why they hadn't come yet. Suddenly, Zhang Tan's ears moved, and he looked in a direction in front of him. There was the sound of dragging and other noises. It seemed that someone's mouth was covered, and they could only make noises from their nostrils. The struggle made the surrounding bushes make a heavy, fast, and short rustling sound. Listening to the sound, the person whose mouth was covered was a woman. In addition to her, Zhang Tan also heard a man's low voice. He didn't know what he was saying, but the sound went deeper into the forest. Zhang Tan lightened his steps and carefully jumped onto another tree. Under the cover of the sound of the night wind blowing the leaves, he moved in that direction. Soon, Zhang Tan understood what had happened. In fact, even if he didn't see it with his own eyes, Zhang Tan could guess. Every university had 1 or 2 doctors' roads. This wasn't a good term. In fact, this term was full of sarcasm. In many high schools, especially those with a larger area, there were 1 or 2 remote areas that were far from the center of the school. Once in a while, bad things would happen. The most typical cases would be rape and rape. For those victims, the university would give different degrees of compensation according to the severity of the situation. For example, the university would pay for postgraduate studies and doctorate studies. Over time, this area with high incidence of accidents was given a doctor's road, or some other name by the students. As Zhang Tan often wandered around this area, she heard the conversations of the students and school staff who were resting here. There were many gossips about this kind of incident. Tsinghua University used to have a lot of incidents in this area. Because it was located in a remote area, there were many half-abandoned old houses around. The history was too long, so the original plan wasn't suitable for the current situation. There were too many turns on the road. Other than some necessary engineering vehicles, private cars were unwilling to use this area. The surrounding streetlights were often smashed. After being repaired, they would be smashed again in less than a week. No one knew who did it. The university's broadcast system would also be destroyed. No one could catch the culprit, and no evidence could be found. Later on, the university simply didn't care. They just asked some homeroom teachers or counselors to tactfully tell the students not to go to these remote areas alone at night. This forest was one of the areas they were told to pay attention to. This was also the reason why Zhang Tan rarely saw female students in this forest. Perhaps this was also the reason why the university demolished the surrounding old houses and built new ones to attract more people. It made the area lively and reduced the probability of such incidents happening. Chapter 36. When Zhang Tan moved toward the source of the noise, she saw signs of a struggle and a phone that had fallen to the side, as well as a ladle-like bag that was lying on the ground. There was also a strong pungent smell in the air. Zhang Tan sniffed and followed the smell to scan the area below. He saw a key ring in the grass with a small tube on it. It looked like a pepper spray. The girl was well prepared, but Zhang Tan didn't hear any screams. Did that mean the guy wasn't hit? From the looks of it, either the girl didn't spray the target, or the guy was probably a habitual offender and had been prepared. It was much faster to walk through the trees. Zhang Tan didn't need to take a detour to avoid the uneven areas. The man stopped under a big tree. He was quite a distance away from the walkway. Even if he made a sound, no one would hear him. Ka! Zhang Tan heard the sound and looked over. The reflection of metal flashed past. F***CK. This pervert actually carries such sexy handcuffs with him. What kind of disgusting taste is this? Zhang Tan cursed in his heart. The man cuffed the girl's hands and then took out a small roll of tape from his pocket. There was a piece of paper attached to the end of the tape, making it easy to tear. The man removed the hand covering the girl's mouth. Before the girl could make a sound, the tape sealed her mouth. She could only make weak noises through her nose. Zhang Tan looked. The man was wearing gloves and a hat that only revealed his eyes and mouth. He looked like a bank robber. He was indeed a well-prepared habitual offender. Zhang Tan quietly jumped onto the big tree and climbed to the top. He aimed at a branch below and jumped down. Bang! The branch swung down with the leaves on it. Many leaves fell as it swayed. The rustling sound of the branches swinging was especially clear in this quiet environment. The man in the hat held the girl down with one hand and unbuckled his belt with the other. He was ready to fight with his gun when the sound above him startled him. The man looked up warily, but it was too dark to see anything. He could only see the swaying branches in the dim moonlight. However, there was no wind now, and the surrounding branches were all still. The swaying branch above his head was like a ghost, waving at him. Was it a bird? The man thought. At night, all the birds had returned to their nests to rest. Furthermore, it was the middle of winter, and it was at night. How could there be birds coming out? Could it be that there was a bird's nest in this tree? Or was it some other animal? The man held down the girl who was still struggling and listened to the movements around him. There seemed to be some noise, but it didn't seem to be human. Shaking off the doubts in his heart, the man turned around and prepared to continue unbuckling his belt. However, there was another bang above his head, louder than before. Originally, he didn't want to pay attention to it, but the cracking sound above his head made him forcefully suppress his desire. This was because a branch as thick as a child's arm had fallen from above, carrying some leaves that hadn't fallen yet. When he raised his head, it just happened to hit his face. Ah! The man let out a cry of pain. In addition to the pain of being hit by the branch on his face, the leaves also swept into his eyes. The girl who was pressed to the ground took advantage of this gap to get up and stagger, wanting to escape. However, she only took 2 steps before the man grabbed her ankle. She tried to kick but couldn't break free. She was already exhausted. A woo! A strange cry made the two people's movements stagnate at the same time. This cry made it difficult to distinguish what animal it was. Wolf. There definitely wouldn't be one here. After all, it was on campus. Wild dog? That was possible. The man took out a folding knife from his pocket. The blade reflected a cold light under the moonlight. Zhang Tan hid behind a tree. From the beginning, he didn't intend to rush up directly. It was fine when he was a human, but now he was a cat. If he really fought, he would be at a disadvantage. Moreover, he felt that since the other party came prepared, they would definitely bring a knife. If he rushed up rashly and exposed himself, it was likely that not only would he not be able to save people, but he would also lose his life. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Some noises came from the bushes in the surrounding forest. This made the man even more nervous. Please don't let it be a wild dog. He heard that some starving wild dogs would eat people. He had some chance of winning against one wild dog, but if he were to face a group of wild dogs, he would probably be lucky to escape safely. The rustling sound was getting closer and closer. The man pressed down the person under him with one hand and held the knife with the other, paying attention to the direction of the rustling sound. At this moment, the man suddenly felt a strong force hit his arm from the side. His arm went numb, and the knife fell. He himself was also thrown more than a meter away by the force. Zhang Tan was waiting for this opportunity. He even calculated the angle and the position of the collision. When the other cats came over, they would create a noise to attract the man's attention. Zhang Tan would then succeed in one hit. There was a slope here. After the man landed, he rolled down the slope directly. Zhang Tan followed him to take a look. The man probably twisted his ankle and limped away quickly. He probably thought that someone was coming over and found out what happened to him, so he wanted to escape. The man would never have thought that it was a cat that knocked him down the slope and not a wild dog or someone else. Because the girl was still there, Zhang Tan did not chase after him. However, if he met the man again, Zhang Tan would definitely be able to recognize him. A cat's nose was very sensitive. Even if the man changed his hat, Zhang Tan would be able to pick him out from the crowd. When Zhang Tan walked up the slope, he saw a coat thrown in the bushes. It had the same perfume smell as the girl. The girl had probably just attended a banquet or something. She was wearing a long dress, and the woolen coat outside had been torn off and thrown to the side in the previous struggle. A gust of wind blew. Zhang Tan felt the coolness in the air. After thinking for a while, he went over and bit the woolen coat and dragged it up the slope. When he saw the girl, she was holding the knife that the man had dropped and looking around vigilantly. The moment Zhang Tan appeared with the woolen coat in his mouth, the girl instantly made a move to attack with the knife. However, with the faint moonlight, the girl did not see anyone. She looked down and found the coat that she had dropped with difficulty. Then, she saw the cat next to the coat that was hard to see in the night. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. One by one, the cats came out of the bushes. When they ran over and saw that there was a human here, they did not immediately show up. They only came out when Zhang Tan appeared. The first to bear the brunt of the attack was Sheriff. He jumped out from the bushes as soon as Zhang Tan appeared. He even meowed and jumped into the air to swat away the leaves that had fallen to the ground. He was playing with the leaves. However, no one was in the mood to watch the sheriff's performance. When the girl saw the cats appear one by one, she strangely felt a lot more at ease. She listened carefully and did not notice anyone approaching. After her heart relaxed, the girl sat on the ground with her legs curled up. Her handcuffed hands were still holding the knife, but they were trembling. Zhang Tan paused, dragged the woolen coat over, and put it next to the girl's feet. What should he say at this time? Lend you my shoulder to lean on? Lean on my ass. How could you lean on a cat's shoulder? Zhang Tan was thinking when a pair of hands reached out and pulled him over. The girl hugged Zhang Tan in her arms and rested her chin on Zhang Tan's back. Her body was still trembling, and the knife was put aside. The cat's body temperature was slightly higher than that of a human's. She felt that the chill had been dispelled, and her stiff and tired limbs were gradually recovering. The way the girl hugged Zhang Tan made him uncomfortable. He was a little hurt by her kneecaps. However, the girl hugged Zhang Tan tightly as if she was clutching at a life-saving straw. Zhang Tan could not see the girl's eyes, but he felt the coldness of the girl's hands and the fear that had not yet subsided. The girl was too tight. Zhang Tan could not help but shake his tail on the girl's arm, indicating that she should relax. The girl did not respond. He shook again. Still no response. Zhang Tan stopped shaking. It was useless. Instead, he slowly moved his tail from the girl's wrist to her elbow, and then to her arm. Zhang Tan would never admit that he was taking advantage of her. The girl also did not know that the cat she was hugging was thinking in a dirty direction. Her breathing was still a little short, and her mouth was still closed after the tape was removed. Her breath made Zhang Tan's ears itchy, but he could only shake his ears. Every time the girl breathed, Zhang Tan's ears would shake twice. When Zhang Tan came over, he hid the tag on his neck on a tree, so the girl did not know whose cat she was hugging. The wind blew, and the leaves in the air swirled and fell. Some of the fallen leaves on the ground also moved with the wind. The forest in the winter night was bleak and gloomy. However, the bleakness and gloominess faded a lot in the presence of the cats. The night wind blew the girl's messy long curly hair. Zhang Tan, who was being hugged, felt that this scene should be very moving. Unfortunately, before Zhang Tan finished sighing, he saw the sheriff run over and play with the girl's hair with his paw. Then, maybe he suddenly felt that his butt was a little itchy, so he squatted on the ground and bent down to lick it. F***ck, this idiot. He really ruined the mood. I won't call you the next time we come out. Not far away, a cat was teasing Depang, who was squatting there. In the end, the impatient Depang jumped up and pressed down on the cat, causing it to scream. The other cat was originally chasing and playing with other cats, but its attention was attracted by the scream. It did not look in front and directly hit a tree. After hitting it, it pretended that nothing had happened and rolled on the ground. Zhang Tan wanted to cover his face. F***ck, this was too embarrassing. However, because of the stupid actions of these cats, the girl's body gradually relaxed. She was no longer tense, and her trembling subsided a lot. Although it was not very comfortable to be hugged in such an awkward position, Zhang Tan enjoyed the feeling of being trusted and relied on. When he was released, he felt a little regretful. "Thank you all really very much." The girl's voice was still trembling, but from her tone, he could tell that she was in a much better mood. After a while, the girl stood up, held the knife, and carefully moved down the slope. Zhang Tan led the way in front of her, and helped to drag the small bag she dropped over. The girl took out her phone from the bag and made a call. Zhang Tan originally thought that she would call the police, or find her roommates or bodyguards, but it did not seem like it. After hanging up the phone, the girl walked to the road and stood under the street light at the corner. The poorly connected street light flickered. Because of the road, the street light here was broken, and the school would not repair it very diligently. On the other side of the forest, a few cats were scurrying back and forth. Because of the light and angle, the girl could see a few pairs of shining eyes in the dark when she raised her head slightly. If it was any other time, she would definitely feel that this situation was very scary and that these cats were very evil. But now, she felt that these pairs of eyes were more reassuring than the streetlights. Zhang Tan stayed next to the girl, waiting for the people she called to come before leaving. Zhang Tan did not leave, so Sheriff and Depang did not run far. The other cats saw that these 3 cats were staying here, so they also stayed around. 10 minutes later, a Land Rover drove over. There were 2 men and a woman inside, and they were all very respectful to the girl, but they did not say much. After the girl got into the car, she looked out the window. The black cats that were originally squatting there were no longer there, and the shadows of the cats in the forest were also gone. Zhang Tan did not care too much about what happened that night. He went back to take a shower, and let the Jiao Pa help him dry his fur. Then, he crawled into Gu Yuzi's warm bed. Usually, he would eat, sleep, run, and walk. That afternoon, Zhang Tan was lying on the small chair in the Jiao Pa's office, sleeping. The Jiao Pa next to him was helping a student edit a thesis. Suddenly, the Jiao Pa's phone rang. "Hello. Yuanzi, what's up?" Zhang Tan's ears moved, but he did not open his eyes. He listened to the conversation between the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. However, the phone was not very loud, and a construction vehicle happened to pass by outside, making a rumbling sound. The rear of the biology building was being expanded, so Zhang Tan could only guess a few things from the Jiao Pa's answer. Associate Professor Jiao listened to Yuan Zi on the other end of the phone, and his expression gradually became strange. "I don't know anyone from Chongwei Group. You know that I've been busy with a project recently, and I don't have much time to go home every day. How could I know someone like that?" Yuan Zi said something else, and one of his sentences made the Jiao Pa's expression change, and the corner of his mouth twitched. "Is there really a cat on the business card that the chairman of Chongwei Group gave you? Or is it a black cat?" Associate Professor Jiao's voice rose as he spoke, and he seemed to be in disbelief. "Okay, I think I have a guess. I'll let you know when I confirm it." After the phone call, Associate Professor Jiao put the phone on the table and flapped it twice on Zhang Tan's head. Chapter 37. Zhang Tan laid on the sofa and looked at the person in front of him expressionlessly. The person in front of the sofa stared at Zhang Tan for 2 minutes before reaching out his hand in front of Zhang Tan. "Come on, shake hands." Zhang Tan was speechless. Zhang Tan looked at the big hand in front of him, then looked at the person in front of him. He ignored him and continued to lie on the sofa, not moving at all. "You don't even know how to shake hands? Whatever, roll around, or turn around," the person in front of him said again. Zhang Tan's paws on the edge of the sofa moved, but he still resisted the urge to wave his paws at the person in front of him, so he continued to stare blankly. The person in front of him gave a few more commands, similar to those used to train a pet. Unfortunately, Zhang Tan maintained his original position and completely ignored his commands. "What the F***CK? Can you at least meow?" The fat cat downstairs that can't even catch a mouse doesn't know how to shake hands, turn in circles, or lie on the ground pretending to be dead, but at least it has some reaction and meow. "I say, Professor Jiao, what kind of cat is this?" Yuan Zi retracted his hand and looked sideways at Associate Professor Jiao, who was calmly sitting next to the table. Jiao Pa slowly took a sip of tea and replied, "A field cat, commonly known as a mongrel." Yuan Zi pointed at the black cat lying on the sofa and said to Jiao Pa, "A cat like this, it's only around 50 yuan at the market. How could the president of the famous Chongwei Group personally help us with this?" Obviously, Yuan Zi didn't believe that the president of the Chongwei Group had anything to do with this ordinary cat. As far as he knew, the president of the Chongwei Group just came back from the capital. How could he have anything to do with this black cat? Their company had just been established not long ago. At first they only did some reagents or reagent kits, sold some small instruments, and more basic things like DNA sequencing and PCR primer synthesis. Now, most of the company's employees were still in sales. They went to various universities to promote and build a reputation. It was just that Yuan Zi and the others did not expect that they would suddenly receive an order from Chongwei Group. Although it was only a QC quality inspection department of a branch of Chongwei Group, the order was not small. The total value was about 2 million yuan. Using the words of Yuan Zi's wife, to put it bluntly, they were purely here to give away money. They could even use this cooperation to curry favor with the Chongwei Group. However, how could such a big company not have a long-term partner? Could it be that he would not receive preferential treatment? Why did he choose a small company like ours that has no reputation? That was why Yuan Zi didn't sleep the whole night after he ended the call with the Jiao Pa. This morning, he drove over early in the morning to stop Associate Professor Jiao at home. He had to get to the bottom of this, or else he wouldn't feel at ease. Say something, Yuan Zi urged. I'm not sure yet. What should I say? I just suspect that there might be a connection, but I can't let my cat say it, right? I think it's in a daze. It's confused? Yuan Zi turned to look at Zhang Tan again. Zhang Tan continued to be confused. Yuan Zi shook his head. I still don't see anything. I just feel that it's been quite confused. Poof poof poof. The sound of the cat's claws scratching the sofa was heard again. Yuan Zi looked at the Jiao family's sofa, which was full of cat claw holes, and clicked his tongue. What's so good about having a cat? It's just asking for trouble. However, Yuan Zi wasn't satisfied that he didn't get a satisfactory answer this time. Zhang Tan was also confused about the reason for the conversation between the Jiao Pa and Yuan Zi. In the past 2 days, Zhang Tan thought that he had been very well behaved. He didn't go far, didn't get into fights, didn't provoke fleas, and didn't even peek at the young couples. At most, he accidentally broke a cup on the Jiao Pa's desk. When he stretched, his claws scratched a hole in Gu Yuzi's pillow. In the morning, when he squinted his eyes to pee, he sneezed and peed on the Jiao Yuan's shoes. He even wrinkled the clothes that the Jiao Ma had just finished ironing. Sigh, why was it again? Yuan Zi stood up and moved his numb legs. Anyway, I don't think it's because of this cat. If it's really because of this cat, I'll... After looking around, Yuan Zi's eyes fell on the dining table. There was a bowl of leftover black rice porridge in a big soup bowl. It was cold, and the porridge was a lot thicker. I'll go out with this bowl of black rice porridge, Yuan Zi said. While listening to their conversation, Zhang Tan's ears twitched, and he looked at the door. Soon, there was a knock on the Jiao family's door. Who is it? You sit down, I'll go open the door. Yuan Zi waved at the Jiao Pa. He walked over, swinging his legs. His legs were a little numb from squatting for too long. Yuan Zi was still mumbling something, but when he opened the door, it was as if his neck was being strangled. He couldn't make a sound. The person standing in front of the door was someone Yuan Zi had seen yesterday. He still had this person's business card in his pocket. Zhao. Zhao. Chairman Zhao. Yuan Zi was so shocked that he stuttered. It was no wonder Yuan Zi was like this. Even the Jiao Pa didn't expect the busy Chairman Zhao to come in person. They hadn't even found out the reason, and he had already come. The person standing in front of them was the chairman of Chongwei Group, and behind Chairman Zhao was a young girl. Because Yuan Zi was blocking the door, Zhang Tan, who was too lazy to move, couldn't see the person outside the door. From the voice, it was a middle-aged man. However, Zhang Tan smelled a very familiar perfume. Was it the girl from the other night? Seeing Yuan Zi standing in front of the door, the Jiao Pa quickly went up to him. He raised his finger and poked Yuan Zi's back where the two people couldn't see. Was he trying to be a door god? This guy's brain probably wasn't working properly right now. His reactions were much slower. Yuan Zi snapped back to reality and quickly moved aside. Please come in. Auntie Jiao and Auntie Ling went to the hospital for a checkup. Auntie Jiao wanted to check on her recovery, while Auntie Ling wanted to check on her stomach. Therefore, after breakfast, Auntie Ling dragged Auntie Zhao away before she could clean up the dishes. Now, only Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi could handle the reception. Zhao Pa pulled out 2 armchairs with backrests and pushed the stools under the table to save space. The area here wasn't big to begin with. Now that such a big figure was here, it felt a lot more crowded. In the past, 3 to 5 people wouldn't even feel like this. Seeing Associate Professor Zhao pull a chair over, Yuan Zi originally wanted to say, "Just let your cat move its butt from the sofa. It's better for guests to sit on the sofa." But seeing that the 2 people who came in didn't look unhappy, and Associate Professor Zhao had already pulled a chair over, Yuan Zi didn't say anything. Chairman Zhao looked to be in his early 40s, but he was actually in his 50s. He took good care of himself and looked energetic. At least, Zhang Tan's first impression of him was quite amiable. The smile on Chairman Zhao's face was genuine. Putting down the gifts in his hands, Chairman Zhao smiled and said, "I just met Professor Lon downstairs. I followed him upstairs." Chairman Zhao knows Professor Lon? The Zhao Pa asked. Yuan Zi and Associate Professor Zhao both knew that Old Man Lon worked with many companies, but they didn't expect Chongwei Corporation to be one of them. It seemed that Old Man Lon and Chairman Zhao were quite close. "We hired Professor Lon to guide us in the past. Now, we often invite Professor Lon to give lectures. We also ask Professor Lon to solve some of our engineering problems," Chairman Zhao explained. Chairman Zhao introduced his daughter, Zhao Lu, who was also studying at Tsinghua University. After that, he stopped talking about Zhao Lu and changed the topic to other things. Because they talked about Professor Lon, the distance between the 2 parties increased. Chairman Zhao also didn't show his usual alienation, which made Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi feel less restrained. When they talked about the direction of Yuan Zi's company, both parties were very engrossed in the conversation. Yuan Zi was very happy to be able to learn from this business tycoon. From some of Chairman Zhao's stories and experiences, Yuan Zi's new company could take fewer detours. Yuan Zi knew a lot of people in the academic world, but there was only one real tycoon in the business world. Yuan Zi felt that Chairman Zhao looked a lot friendlier today. Unlike yesterday, when he was smiling and not too distant, but he still had a strong aura that made people unable to get close to him. Yuan Zi glanced at Chairman Zhao and was even more certain that Chairman Zhao had restrained himself a lot. It was as if he was guiding the younger generation. He also felt a lot more sincere. Chairman Zhao didn't immediately promise to help, but he did impart some of his experience. What he meant was that he had high hopes for their new company. Now was also a period of opportunity. After the company developed, both parties might have more opportunities to work together. When Chairman Zhao spoke, he wasn't just saying it. As long as his requirements were met, he would fulfill his bottom line. This made Yuan Zi's heart burst with fireworks. While the 3 men were talking about the direction of the company and current trends, the girl had already walked over to Zhang Tan. Zhang Tan had been lying in the middle of the sofa ever since the guests came in. A quarter of the originally small sofa was taken up, and there were 2 pillows and a plush doll on the sofa. There was even less space left. It was a bit difficult for a man to sit on the side, but it was still possible for a slim girl to sit there. Zhang Tan looked. The wounds on Zhao Li's face and hands could no longer be seen. He guessed that the reason why he had waited so many days was because of those injuries. After all, the cause of those injuries wasn't easy to explain. Zhao Li's eyes lit up when he saw the black cat lying on the sofa, and the smile on his face deepened. After sitting down on the sofa, Zhao Li carried the black cat that was lying on the sofa and looking at him on his lap, and stroked its fur. Zhang Tan's heart rippled for a while, but it wasn't very comfortable. After thinking about it, Zhang Tan jumped off the sofa and ran to Gu Yuzi's room. He opened the second drawer and took out a comb. He went back to the living room and jumped onto the sofa to put down the comb. Zhao Li thought that the black cat didn't like him, but he didn't expect to encounter such a situation. After being stunned for a while, he chuckled. Zhao Li picked up the comb and began to comb the black cat's fur. Its fur wasn't long, and Zhang Tan usually had Gu Yuzi comb it for him. Its short fur didn't knot easily, so the comb went smoothly. The short fur on its head was also combed. Zhang Tan narrowed her eyes and followed the movements of the comb in Zhao Li's hand. The tip of her tail also moved up and down. It was indeed more comfortable like this. The Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi who were chatting saw this scene and their faces twitched. They really wanted to go over and pinch the little bastard's cat ears and scold him. You're a guest, an important guest. You're so important that you can't even compare to his little finger. You're actually letting this important guest comb your fur. You even look like you're enjoying it. Chairman Zhao and Zhao Lu didn't stay for too long. After half an hour, they bid farewell and left. Chairman Zhao didn't say much about the reason for his visit, but he clearly pointed out that the Zhao family's black cat had helped his daughter a lot. As for the details, Chairman Zhao kept his mouth shut. The Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi sent the two of them downstairs. There were already people waiting there. There were 2 cars parked in the parking lot. Chairman Zhao and Zhao Lu got into one of them, and the other was the Land Rover Zhang Tan saw before. After the two of them returned to the 5th floor, Yuan Zi closed the door and stared at Zhang Tan. It was as if he wanted to see if there was anything wrong with Zhang Tan. I remember that you said you wanted the black rice porridge. The Zhao Pa crossed his legs and said. Yuan Zi paused. He walked to the dining table and picked up the bowl of black rice porridge. Just when the Zhao Pa and Zhang Tan thought Yuan Zi was really going to leave with the bowl of black rice porridge, Yuan Zi dragged a stool over and placed it in front of the sofa, facing Zhang Tan. After placing the bowl of black rice porridge on the stool, Yuan Zi went to the kitchen and took out 3 wooden chopsticks. He stuck them into the bowl of porridge, then stepped back and bowed. Nice to meet you, Zhang Tan and the Zhao Pa. Chapter 38. What are you doing? Father Zhao asked as he looked at Yuan Zi, who was fooling around. I'm just bowing to your cat. Our $1 million order depends on your cat. Who knows what good things your cat will do for us in the future? Yuan Zi straightened the chopsticks in the black rice porridge. Come on, another bow. Do you believe in ghosts and gods? I don't remember the old man having such a tendency. The Zhao Pa said. The old man is a pure researcher. He doesn't believe in those things, but the old lady does. The few of them would also mention Old Master Yuan when they were chatting with each other. It was as if Old Master Yuan was still there, and they would not deliberately avoid it. Yuan Zi put the bowl and chopsticks back on the table, turned around and sat down. He asked the Zhao Pa, "Oh right, you are going to the neighboring province for a meeting the day after tomorrow, right?" "Yes, there is an annual academic meeting there. I'm going to attend it. A few big names will be there this year. It's a rare opportunity," the Zhao Pa said. "That's great. After the annual meeting, you can come with me to take a look at the equipment. Yesterday, I contacted the boss of a biological company there. His company had an accident, and he is not going to continue operating the company. He is going to sell some of the equipment. I contacted him and asked him to keep it for us. We can go take a look at it. Some of the equipment is still under warranty. The boss said that the warranty cards and receipts are still with them. I'm thinking that if it's okay to look at them, we should buy them first. After all, a new equipment is too expensive. Some of the businesses our company is taking on now don't need those high-end and complicated functions. It's fine as long as they are practical. Okay, I'll contact you then. When are you leaving?" "I'm going tomorrow with an engineer. I'm just going to take a look first. After all, the second-hand equipment is worth tens of thousands. Some of them cost at least 100,000. The boss won't sell the more expensive equipment at a low price. For a giant like Chongwei Group, this amount of money is nothing. But we are tight on funds now. We can't waste money." The Zhao Pa was going on a business trip. There were many things he had to arrange before he left. Zhao Ma's follow-up examination results were very good. She had almost recovered. Zhao Pa could also go on his business trip without worrying too much about his family. As for her work in the institute, the most stressful time had passed, and the research project was progressing smoothly. Xian had already submitted a paper with a good impact factor to a foreign magazine ahead of her classmates, and another paper was still being prepared. She was probably going to be selected for an excellent master's degree and a national scholarship next year. Zhao Pa was on a business trip and would only be back in 3 or 4 days. Zhang Tan also didn't go out at night during this period. The temperature at night was low. Now, Zhang Tan could not wear a real leather jacket or a down jacket like when he was still a human. He only had short hair. Zhao Ma had bought Zhang Tan a small cotton-padded jacket for pet cats, but Zhang Tan never wore it. It was very restrictive and troublesome. He couldn't even stretch himself to climb a tree. Therefore, Now Zheng Tan would only go out for a walk during the day, except for running and climbing trees in the morning. The weather was good, and the sun was just right. Otherwise, why would he go out? Looking for trouble? Zheng Tan went to the woods to play for half a day in the morning. He went home for lunch at lunchtime, and then wandered to the Institute of Biological Sciences. He looked around and found that the window of Zhao Pa's office was not locked. Zheng Tan jumped from the branch to the windowsill and looked inside. If there were other people, he wouldn't go in. Fortunately, there was only Xian in the office. At this moment, Xian was lying on the table taking a nap. Xian was not other people. Speaking of which, this guy could be regarded as half a nanny of the Zhao family. He had helped to pick up children, take care of cats, and help Zhao Pa with his undergraduate thesis. Where else could he find such a good student? Zheng Tan opened the window with his paws and jumped in. The computer was on. Xian was sorting out his second thesis. It was all in English. Zheng Tan didn't understand many professional names and Latin words. He was too lazy to read them. He was not interested. However, Zheng Tan was interested in a small notebook next to Xian. This was not Xian's experimental record book. Zheng Tan had seen the experimental record books used by people at the Institute of Biological Sciences. They were much bigger than this one. However, it was obvious that this small notebook was frequently used. Could it be that there was another little secret? Zheng Tan was interested. He was so bored that his balls hurt. He had to find some fun to make himself happy and kill time. Creak, creak, creak. Hee hee, hee hee. Hearing the sound from the side, Zheng Tan was about to open the small notebook. He thought that his secret had been discovered. He looked up and saw that Xian was still sleeping. There was no sign of her waking up. F***ck, she was grinding her teeth while taking a nap. Not only was she grinding her teeth, but she was also smiling. It was very scary. Zheng Tan pulled his ears and withdrew his attention. He hooked his paws and opened the small notebook. A lot of things were recorded in the notebook. The first few pages were brief records of some large academic reports. Although Xian's handwriting was not very good, the format was neat and the records were in order. However, Zheng Tan was still quite disappointed. Anyway, he felt that these things were boring. Just as he was about to close it, Zheng Tan's gaze fell on the edge of the small notebook. It was obvious that the back of the small notebook was often flipped. Therefore, Zheng Tan simply flipped to the last few pages of the small notebook. Then, Zheng Tan saw Xian's accompanying records and excerpts. The more he read, the more speechless Zheng Tan was. There were many excerpts of poems in it. There were quite a lot of types recorded in it, but it was obviously not the ordinary poems, but professional poems. Why did he say that? There was a lingering type, such as, I think of you like an antibody thinking of an antigen. Your beauty is the choline that makes me impulsive. Several spring and autumn seasons are countless sleepless nights. Every base represents our eternal vow. Looking forward to such a day we can meet again, intertwining into the most beautiful double helix in the world. There was a sorrow type such as, heart dividing like the centromere in the late stage of cell division. We are also like the chromosome moving to a different side, covered by the fog-long pavilion, ancient road, fragrant grass and green sky. Only our figures are fading finally like the chromosome at the end, unable to see. There was a confusion type such as, the afterglow of the setting sun. The plants in the afterglow are translucent as if you can see wisps of oxygen emerging from the chloroplasts. Reducing carbon dioxide to sugar, silently gathering energy. Everything is so hurried. Are they also worried about the silence in the night, hesitation in the silence? There was also a nauseating type, such as, you are the nucleus, you control my genetics and metabolism, you are the mitochondria, without you I lose energy, you are the chloroplasts, let me have new nourishment, you are the lysosome, you can dissolve everything in me at any time, actually you are the ribosome, capture me like amino acids, you are the endoplasmic reticulum, processed me like protein. You are the Golgi, wrap me up and give me up so easily, why? I still love you so much. There was even a deep type, such as, the figure of the great man gradually drifts away like individuals turning into clouds in the river of time. Their thoughts are precipitating in the think tank like genes in the gene library, passed down from generation to generation, reorganizing the minds of the predecessors, making us no longer simple like genetic recombination. Variations are numerous and common. Quietly, I think my kind of thinking, is it genetic recombination or mutation? The person who wrote these poems, Zheng Tan, could only think that the person must have been possessed by deoxynucleotides, ribonucleotides, and amino acids at that moment. Closing the small book, Zhang Tan wagged his tail, jumped off the desk, and left through the window. When he left, he closed the window on his way out. Coming out of the biology building, Zhang Tan walked to the East family area. Walking in the flowers and grass, when he passed a corner, Zhang Tan heard someone talking about something again. Zhang Tan often heard it in the past 2 days. It was said that a senior student was found hanged in the dormitory. The rumor was that it was because he failed too many subjects and was too stressed. When Zhang Tan heard it, he didn't think too much about it. This kind of thing was not rare, and it was not an isolated phenomenon in a certain university. I heard from my classmate that the police found some sexy handcuffs, tape, masks, and even anesthetics in his cupboard. There was also a small DVD player in the locked cupboard, and the CD case was filled with some perverted and heavy-flavored discs. Zhang Tan's footsteps paused. Hearing this, he suddenly thought of something. Did Director Zhao and Zhao Le really do something? That's quite efficient. Also, Zhang Tan heard from Zhao Pa and Yuan Zi that Director Zhao had some background. He could even find out the details of his cat, so it shouldn't be difficult for Director Zhao to find someone. Also, he was ruthless enough to cut off the person's escape route. After perking up his ears to eavesdrop on the students' discussion, Zhang Tan pulled his ears and continued to walk towards the Eastern family area. However, before he could take 2 steps, Zhang Tan heard a brother on a bicycle shouting to his classmates, "Quick, there's a large group of foreign guests heading towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. Brothers, hurry up and grab a seat. Otherwise, there won't even be a place to stand." Zhang Tan was shocked. A large group of foreign guests. International Academic Lecture Hall? It didn't seem far from here. Zhang Tan turned a corner and headed towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. He was about to run over, but before he could accelerate, he saw a figure jump out from the grass. It ran in front of Zhang Tan and suddenly stopped. It moved sideways, raised its white glove-like paw, and waved it at Zhang Tan twice. Zhang Tan wasn't in the mood to play with it. He was still confused. Why was the sheriff here? Shouldn't he be taking a nap near the east area? The person that ran out was the sheriff. Not long after the sheriff ran out, Zhang Tan saw Huang and Depang. Zhang Tan turned his head and saw a chihuahua being led by its owner towards the school gate. The sheriff must have run over because he was tired of the chihuahua. Huang was just there to join in the fun. Depang was still following behind slowly. Its eyelids were half closed as if it was not interested in anything. Zhang Tan was thinking about the large group of foreign guests. He continued to run towards the International Academic Lecture Hall. Unsurprisingly, the other 3 cats were following behind him. There were quite a lot of people at the International Academic Lecture Hall. Fortunately, there were big trees on both sides of the road in front of the lecture hall. Zhang Tan climbed up a sycamore tree near the entrance of the lecture hall. He squatted on a branch and looked around. The large group of foreign guests didn't seem to be here yet. Seeing Zhang Tan squatting on the branch, the other 3 cats ran over one after another. The 4 cats squatted side by side. Zhang Tan turned his head and looked at the 3 cats beside him. He continued to look for the large group of foreign guests. There were indeed quite a lot of people outside the lecture hall. After the doors of the lecture hall opened, the people waiting were led in by the staff. The foreign guests arrived 5 minutes later. A few school leaders were there, and the principal personally accompanied them. It seemed that the foreign guests this time were very influential in the academic world. But what about the large group of foreign guests? Where did the large group of foreign guests come from? Most of them were men in their 30s and above. Zhang Tan did not consider that this big wave was not as big as the big wave he was talking about. However, after a careful search, Zhang Tan found 2 good-looking women among the group of foreign guests. Only the 2 assistant blonde girls caught Zhang Tan's eye. Their perky breasts made one's imagination run wild. Zhang Tan was looking at the big-breasted girl when a group of people walked towards the lecture hall. When they passed by the sycamore tree, a middle-aged professor stopped and asked his assistant to take a photo. This professor was also a cat lover. His family also raised cats on the other side of the ocean. He suddenly saw 4 cats here, and their expressions were quite similar to his own cats. Therefore, he wanted to take a photo. When the professor came under the tree, his assistant came over and took a photo. While taking a photo of the person, he also took a photo of the 4 cats squatting in a row on the tree. At the bottom of the tree, Zhang Tan and the rest were squatting on a branch that was 4 or 5 meters above the ground. In order to take a photo of the person and the cats, the assistant changed several angles and distances. The other people laughed at the side. They didn't disturb him and didn't go up to take a photo. Some people were not interested in the cats, and some people were embarrassed. Didn't they see the people around them laughing? However, no one would have expected that this photo, which included a person and 4 cats, would be enlarged in the future and left on the wall of Tsinghua University's exquisitely decorated academic report hall celebrity profiles. Below the photo, the text introduced the professor in the photo who won the Nobel Prize in Physics. The background of the photo was the International Academic Lecture Hall of Tsinghua University. However, everyone who saw this enlarged photo would be attracted by the 4 cats squatting side by side on the branch. They would stop in front of the photo for a long time and discuss with their companions what the scene was like when the photo was taken. Why did the 4 cats squat there? Some people guessed that the 4 cats had predicted the future Nobel Prize in Physics winner and came over. Some people guessed that this was a deliberate arrangement by the university. They knew that the person liked cats, so they trained the 4 cats to squat there in advance.